Myself, Dr. Rashmi Agarwal. I am Dean of Commerce for Chitkara University, Punjab, India. So my key takeaway from this ICAC initiative of National Summit is that we should put more focus on experiential learning because in today's era of digital marketing or digital era, I can say, if we give more experience, the experiential learning to the students, that will benefit them in the future also. So thank you very much. And I hope I must give a positive feedback for this initiative, which has been taken by ICAI, because this is the way we can collaborate and we can explore more for our students in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in terms of feedback, now that Rashmi ji has mentioned, I hope each one of you has access to the questionnaire we have sent across. Yeah. So it has 4 questions. Any doubt on any of those 4 questions? Yes. Number 3. So at the back, there's 4. Oh, you don't have a question in the back. Okay. See, this is where it so becomes so important कि question paper के लिए 15 minute दिए जाते हैं ना पढ़ने के लिए. Can I request Arish ji? Can we give him another copy of questionnaire? Please check, everyone. There should be the 4th question on the back side. Thank you, sir. What's your name and your one learning from day 1?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abhiram Krishna, Director General of Badruka Group of Institutions, Hyderabad, India. There were several insights yesterday from various sessions, but the key learning for me is the role of digital in enhancing learning, and the only limitation is imagination.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Imagination is the only limit, so that means even sky is not the limit, sir.
Yesterday, I am not present in the conference.
Absent.
Today, yeah, absent.
Absent, marked absent. That's very nice. All these years you marked as absent. It's our time to say you are absent.
Yeah, of course. Actually, the learning, especially for the students, practical based learning is more important than the teaching. So everything should be practical based learning.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's a good point. Thank you, sir. Your name, thank you. One learning.
Yes, good morning to all. This is Professor Prabhakar Rath, and this is Acting Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University, Aizawl. I was present yesterday and now today. I am deeply, appreciate the efforts and initiatives of ICAI for conducting such a very wonderful conference of the experts in the commerce. And I learned many things yesterday, particularly I was so much impressed with the Professor Manoharan lecture, financial literacy, banking, Indian economy, employment opportunities, skill development, all these things. So this is the right forum to discuss all these issues and challenges for the commerce experts and the prospective students and scholars of this particular country. And I hope the institute will continue the similar events in future. And I have, although I don't belong to commerce education, but I have my specific purpose of coming here is that how we can collaborate ICAI with my department, which is a very well developed, committed, and very dedicated experts and faculty members there.
Yes.
So how best we can collaborate with ICAI. Thank you. Thank you to organizers and all my colleagues, those who are attending this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Of course, our colleague is sharing with you the revised questionnaire that has not printed out on the back. So we've got our distinguished speakers for the first session. So very quickly, one line, your learning.
I think in yesterday's presentation, there was one thing which was not clear because we don't know about the future. So I'm talking about skills and competencies for commerce and the graduates. So I think apart from what we are doing, I think we need to come together and identify future skills if possible. And I think some sort of task force is required because when industries are not unsure about what is happening. And so
let me ask you, if you had to answer that in the 21st century, what are the core skills you believe any student cutting across any stream need to have? Top 3 skills.
Definitely problem solving.
Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
And of course,
Critical thinking, maybe.
digital thinking and required globally more energy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's get Madam here. Yes, please.
Very good morning to the distinguished speakers, vice chancellors, and august audience, organizers, the core committee, and the board of studies. I'd like to thank you for organizing this conference. My name is Dr. Avni Umang. I represent Field Skills University, Vadodara, which is the first skills university established in public-private partnership in India. And what I don't have more than a takeaway, it's an observation. We are running commerce-based programs where we have inculcated various skills. All our programs have practicals and on-job training where we are giving them real-time experience. My only takeaway or observation is that if we really want to be relevant in the education sector, we have to do away with mundane subjects which are not relevant today to make space for new subjects for the new
Name the mundane subject.
I'm not from a commerce background, but
Okay.
put in new subjects.
Okay.
Like it's important that we inculcate a combination of the regular domain subjects, like when you're talking about principles of management, when you're talking about accountancy skills.
Okay.
But you also need to have space for practical training.
Okay.
And as mentioned by Dr. Vinny yesterday, that you're talking about four courses a year versus 16 courses a year that we're offering. I'm offering probably an average of 10 to 12 courses per semester.
Okay.
But it has to be the right mix and the right duration.
Okay.
That is my observation and
Okay.
my feedback as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got everything in readiness for the first session. One quick recap, one learning from yesterday. Anyone? Yes. Be brief, sir. Thank you. One line.
Sayyid Azharuddin, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra.
Welcome.
What I got is we have to be ready. Then experiential learning with computational is inevitable. So that is what we are doing plan.
Okay.
And we hope to implement with the help of NES-CA.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, ICI also wants to extend that hand of collaboration. So a big round of applause for everyone in attendance. And thank you very much for recapping day one for us. So day one, we had the inaugural and 4 technical sessions, all set for day 2. We've got 4 technical sessions today, and we are ready to begin with the first of those 4. And this is about the ICI exemplar. So you will get a copy of your exemplar. And this evening when we end, make sure you don't forget to collect your gift bag. That will have the exemplar and some goodies as well. But right now in this session, let's understand what ICI exemplar would be all about. I'd like to invite the distinguished speaker for the session. Please welcome on stage CA Nihar Niranjan Jambusaria, past President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I'd like to request CA Jay Chheda, CA Dayanivas Sharma ji, CA Vishal Doshi ji to also join us on stage. Thank you very much. So very good morning to everyone. First, we like to welcome the distinguished speaker, CA Nihar Jambusaria ji, by presenting him a book. So I request CA Jay Chheda, CA Dayanivas, and CA Vishal Doshi ji to please present the speaker with a book. CA Nihar Jambusaria is currently the president of South Asian Federation of Accountants. And not only he is a chartered accountant, somebody who's been the president of the institute, he's also an educationist. So he understands both sides of the world. Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence today. Thank you. This is a book that's titled The Professional by Subruto Bagchi. We'll also like to present a book to CA Jay Chheda, former Central Council member. And may I say, with all the degrees he has, an educationist and a very good student. Thank you very much, Jayji, for your presence. So I'd like to invite CA Jay Chheda first to share his opening remarks. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. CA Dayanivas Sharma, Chairman Board of Studies, CA Vishal Doshi, Vice Chairman Board of Studies, CA Niyar Jambusaria, past President ICAI, the entire Board of Studies team, and all the invited most esteemed guests. Well, the session is about the ICAI exemplar, and I'll just like to very quickly tell you how this idea we came and how we worked on that. That is how the Board of Studies team worked on that. Well, our president, past president of India, Abdul Kalamji, said that ICAI is the partner in nation building. And from time to time, our ICAI council members had meetings with our Honorable Prime Minister, Finance Minister, and all various different ministries. We were more linked with Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, but along with that, ICAI has served Ministry of Railway also, Ministry of Urban Development also in all various capacities. And time to time, we were getting one input that you must play a very vital role in developing the educational systems in India. You should be a partner in that. And that was really a very good gesture and very good idea. And so ICAI thought about being a part of the team for the entire education system of India. And what happens today when we talk about education, we have universities imparting the academic education. At the same time, now there are various industries coming up with their own modules, and we have professional courses. So it is very much essential that somebody might be a very good, pianist, and somebody might be a very good guitarist, but there has to be a coordination today. It's very, very important today. In isolation, we cannot work probably. The industries cannot work in isolation without the university support. They will not get the benefits. Similarly, universities and professional courses all have to work together. That was a particular concept. So we said we should be a part of that particular team. And I'm so very happy standing before you. Once a question was asked to a monk, how do you treat others? And he said, and that was the best answer, there are no others. There are no others. So similarly, when I'm sitting in this hall, then I feel that we all are a part of a very, very important thing, and that is education. And I'm sure you know much more than what I understand. But while the Britishers wanted to rule India, and even the predecessors, all the invaders who wanted to rule India, they could clearly see to it that they could conquer any part of the world but not India. And the Macular report also says the same thing. But finally, they said that if you really want to rule a country, then you have to attack on two aspects. And one is the foremost education system, and second is the culture. If you do that, you can rule. And that is what they did. So let us put it conversely. If you really want to make a nation great, how do you do that? So investing in education and culture. And I think this is the time. This is the time when we will get back the same India, which we were the global educators. Right? Before the Harvard and Stanford, we were there, Takshashila and Nalanda. And I'm sure all of us joining together, all of us, right? All the various universities, institutes, boards, ICAI, all the various players coming together as a team, we can do something magical for the nation. A nation is not built only on bridges and other railways and all infrastructure. The most crucial is the human beings. And I think we all have that common. I can say power. Authorities on position base, but power, some power to shape the nation. I think that was the concept of this particular exemplar, where you will appreciate one particular fact that we have more than 168 branches and more than around 80 chapters or representative offices abroad. And I'll just give you a very quick idea. A single branch might be having 100 programs on various topics, contemporary topics. maybe taxation, maybe audit, maybe finance, maybe entrepreneurship, maybe management, and all these things for our chartered accountant members as well as students. So if you make a total of that, you can understand this institute, ICAI, has more than 10,000 programs in different parts of the world. So the knowledge and these topics are naturally contemporary, those which are current topics, right? So from that, we say, why not to develop a good base, a good academic base and educational base, and be a part of the entire team where all these bodies, universities and institutes and all come together and reshape the future. That was the concept. So our purpose was very modest, that we should also play our role in developing the educational system. We can take your help in developing our curriculum, and at the same time we can extend our help in developing your curriculum. You have some of the best resource persons, we can take the benefit of them, and we have some of the best resource persons who can come as trainers. So that was the concept. This is a very unique program, and maybe I can go to the extent of telling that maybe you and I, we all together, it can be like the catch of Vivian Richards by Kapil Dev, which changed the history of the Indian cricket. It is said the turning point of Indian cricket, and maybe this event might be the turning point of the educational system in India. That was the theme with which this program is happening, and I'm sure the BOS chairman and all, they will dwell more on this turning. I really thank all of you for being a part of this program, and I'm very optimistic. Together, we can create a great India by bringing the necessary changes in education system. That is the concept of this exemplar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Jai Chheda, for your opening remarks. As you said, how do we make a nation great? By investing in education and culture. And the collaborative seeds that we are sowing today are going to bear rich fruits in times to come. Thank you very much. I now invite someone who understands the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India very well, having been the past president, and also being an educationist, understands the entire university and education system. Please welcome the distinguished speaker of the day, CA Nihar Jambusaria, please.
Good morning, everybody. The chairman of the Board of Studies of the Institute, CA Dayanivas Sarmaji, the vice chairman, CA Vishal Doshi, my colleague in the council, we were colleagues, our term is over now, CA Jai Chheda, and we have worked together, Dr. P.C. Jain, stalwart in the field of education, the Director Board of Studies, Vannaji, the Vice Chancellors, the principals of colleges, professors of colleges and universities. Today, it's a great occasion for me because I recollect the days when I was a lecturer in a university affiliated college. And every day in the morning, at 7 o'clock till almost 10 o'clock in the morning, I used to deliver lectures to commerce students at graduation level. And then I did it for almost 25 years. And if I recollect those days, when I was going to the class with chalk and duster, and now time has come when the entire education system is undergoing thorough transformation. We are talking about education which used to be memory-based, more theory, where students were supposed to learn, memorize, understand as much as possible, and rather reproduce more what they have learned in the examination. Whereas now time has come, and when I was looking at NEP, New Education Policy 2020, the entire focus is on skill development. Not that in the past, in the old syllabus, skills were not being developed, but perhaps the focus was more on theory. And skill development used to happen after the learning in university or in institutes was over. Time has come when we are talking about education, which is right from beginning skill based. And this will involve each one of us, and we will lead to thorough transformation. Government is talking about creation of employment, employability of those who are educated. Perhaps I will go one step further and say that not only create jobs or not only create graduates who are employable, but create those students who will turn into even job creators, not only job seekers, and give them training. Those who have got the resources, those who have got the attitude to become entrepreneur, let them not become job seekers and let them become job creators also. The focus is also on multidisciplinary approach. And time has come when we cannot think of only one subject, expertise in one subject only. A student will have to be expert in technology. A student will have to be expert in understanding. He will have to develop communication skills. I remember the time when a graduate was not able to speak from the stage. And now every college, every university is training students to be a good speaker, be a good presenter, have the depth of learning, and very important above all is the focus on ethics. We were seeing erosion of ethical standards in those who qualified and became citizens to take over either as an employee or as a businessman. And this erosion had to stop somewhere. Although as teachers, while teaching, all of us were teaching and telling students that be ethical. But there was nothing formally in the education system to teach ethics sincerely and in a focused manner. Now the new education policy incorporates even ethical standards. It is good that the Board of Studies has come forward, and yesterday itself the exemplar was released and presented to the Vice Chancellors and everybody present here. And I'm sure it will be so useful in developing the syllabus for the future. And all the aspects of education which are necessary and which even Jai Bhai pointed out are incorporated in the exemplar. Let us create students together and let us create. Jai Bhai said that the past president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, said the institute, the chartered accountants are partners in nation building. Let us create all these commerce students who also join in nation building. Commerce and accounting are basic for economic growth of any country. Government is talking about $5 trillion economy. Only professionals cannot achieve it. The businessmen, ground level employees, and every citizen has to get involved. And if everybody participates, it will be easier to create economy which will lead towards leadership in the world. If we are aiming that, this action of calling this summit, inviting vice chancellors, principals, professors, everybody here, and discussing the entire topic together, coming forward as a team to the nation, that we are all going to contribute to the growth of the nation, and that too in ethical way. Today, the time is of collaboration, and we all realize this particularly during the pandemic period. Pandemic taught us many lessons. And one lesson was collaboration, come together, work together. Another lesson which pandemic taught, I remember the time before pandemic. In every educational institution, there was a fear that such a fast growth of technology may disrupt many jobs. But during pandemic, when we started using technology, even for the purpose of education, where colleges were getting the lectures arranged online and students were learning, we realized the power of technology, and we realized that technology may disrupt some jobs, but it will create more jobs than what it disrupts for the future generation. So let us all focus on technology-driven education. From chalk and duster, we shifted to the boards where we used to write with pen so that the professor does not have to suffer pollution created by dust of the chalk. Now time has come when we don't require those boards also. With technology, from anywhere, anybody can learn. Again, we are talking about one nation, one education policy. Again, I remember when we used to take interviews and a graduate used to tell us that he is from a remote place, from a village, and he qualified from a small university. There was a clear distinction. Some universities were regarded as premium, the others were regarded as little less, carrying little less premium. I think now we should create universities which would not make any difference. Student may qualify from Mumbai, Delhi, or from any village. He has undergone same level of training. He has taken same level of knowledge, and he carries the same value as a student of Mumbai or Delhi carries. And that is the objective of this exemplar I have seen. Let us have one education system, common uniformity in everything, in commerce education, in accounting education. Let us teach everybody uniformly, and all those students should carry value not only in India, but even globally. Again, let me touch upon this point. The world has actually become a global village now with technology. If you want to visit another country physically, you require visa. But if you now want to share knowledge, your knowledge to travel from India to other country, render service, sitting here, without a visa, it is possible with the help of technology. And let us create students who are valued globally, and India becomes the leader in that. And this may be the first step towards what we all collectively want to achieve. Today we have assembled here. Let us not compete with each other, and let us become one, have common goal, create excellent students, excellent citizens, excellent graduates, postgraduates, and professionals by coming together. So that is the message that I wanted to give here. Very leading academicians, researchers, and scholars have assembled. And when all these brains join together, I'm sure that we will create great future for our students who are the future of this country. So apart from this, I think I had noted some points, but all points are covered. And let our education bolster the competence and confidence of students after qualifying. Even today, if you see the qualified graduate, postgraduates' faces, you find a big question mark on their face. They are worried about their future, whether they will get job, whether they can be self-employed, what is in store in future for them. So let this system of education give them complete confidence after they qualify. They should be confident to take up anything and should not be afraid of anything. So with this, I'm very happy to be here among my colleagues. And although I was in profession involved with institute in creating chartered accountants, in dealing with the activities of accounting, again, being with academicians is a privilege for me. And it was great to be with you. I'm sure this summit will make a good value add, and we all together will create good India. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nihar sir, for your address. And like you said, that the education landscape has evolved over the last decades from teacher walking into a classroom with chalk and duster. Today, we are talking about education 4.0, 5.0, tech-enabled education as the NEP 2020 proposes. And therefore, the question is, how can ICI handhold other institutions? How can we collaborate? How can we have inclusive approach? And that's where the ICI exemplar could provide the path. So I now request CA Dayanibha Sharma, Chair of the Board of Studies Academic ICI, to help us understand the ICI exemplar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit, and good morning to all. Good morning to my President Nihar sir. Always we have been learning a lot from him all throughout. And Jay Bhai, one thing which you missed out, Amit, he is the person who was the past chairman of the Board of Studies. And certain thoughts are being built in by him, how we can actually take forward on the new education policy which we created for the internal office, which is institute. He was the main role model. And the other person sitting, Mr. Nihar, was the person who approved the new education policy, which we are going to deliberate today. It's going to be very interesting. And you all have seen that any council member or any past president who has come, right, has bowed before the teacher, no other person than PC Jain sir. This is a value of a teacher in our life all throughout. And honestly, I'm telling you, whatever we are on the other side of the table is only because of one of you who have actually taught us, might be contributed in one of the chapters of our books. Sometime you might have thought, because you're sitting here from years together, and that's the reason you have reached up to this particular position. You people have contributed, I think, what not. We can only just say thank you, thank you, thank you, and only thank you for all the contribution you have made. Being a teacher, we know how it matters. When you see at a weaker student, the pain is before parents come to teacher, right? Because he or she sees the student in the classroom that, you know, he is or she is a weaker student. अगर उसको दो थप्पड़ भी पड़ती है, तो उसके इंटरेस्ट में पड़ती है, appreciation भी मिलता है. So that is the encouragement which they get. What I would like to say with it, Nihar sir, is I just made one statement of my own. I may be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Is education not only transform a person, it transforms the family, the community, society, and the nation. Agreed? Just see on your left side, if I have a society which is not educated and not employable. And on my right side, I see a society which is flourishing with a lot of education, or even a basic education to an extent where he completes his graduation and say that my employability is assured. How do you feel? Just visualize for a moment with your open eyes. I will not even tell you to close your eyes. Just with the open eyes, just visualize what kind of feeling we are going to get. And that is a feeling with which we ensure that this exemplar has to come to the society at a larger level. We have always been forward looking at the institute in a big way, you know, not a smaller thing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about the double entry accounting system, whether it is railways, whether it is government accounting, whether it is, ESG, whether it is forensic standards, when you talk about adoption of global best practices in the accounting world, my output is later, but my input is to be taught effective. And my input is no other person than the same student who is completing his 11th standard, 12th standard, graduation, who is actually getting me as an input, and those are the people we are grooming. We are grooming from wherever we are getting that. But the point is, if that grooming to a greater extent is transformed to the teachers or the universities and colleges, it will make a whole lot of difference, because the employability of these people is going to go high in a true sense. See, exemplar is what? It's actually a standard syllabi. I have a presentation, but what I make presentation, you all are more learned than us. We all know a fact that the world is transforming. We all know that, things are going to change. We all know, might be I am aging. ठीक है, next generation वाला या next batch वाला आदमी कर लेगा. But ऐसे लोग भी हैं जो 92 years, 93 years, you will be surprised to know people who retired from their organizations have completed their CA at the age of 65 and 70 also. So there is no age of learning. But I think what you are going to give is basically a new day for the next generation to move in the right direction. We are just using this hands and little brain which we have to just say that, this has been our experience in last 73 years. And this is what we found, that there is a small gap, or we can tune that gap to a level where these people can actually come to a different, platform. That is how we have been thinking about. See, we have done this exercise. I did, I'm thankful to yesterday, Mr. Naveen Mittal was here. I'm thankful to him when I went and talked to him and we discussed that why not ICI helps you to design the curriculum for 11th, 12th, become, graduation and all. He was the first person to say, yes, how can we do it? You can just go back and see in the Telangana Government Education Board, we'll have a thanks to ICI, which has been written, because we did the entire study that how we should do. And we took the best of the faculties. And just tell you one thing, you might be thinking, where do I get the faculties from? You know that chartered accountants are also graduates. They have been, associated with some university or a college. I can tell you, I remember my first teacher. I still remember my commerce teacher. If a call goes from a commerce teacher or a faculty of the institute, tell me one thing, will that person not stand up and say, yes, sir, tell me, yes, ma'am, tell me what I can do for you. And that expert might be a president and a CEO of an organization. And if you tell that, I want you to come and deliver a lecture in my college or university, will he come or not? So you don't have limitation of teachers also. We have the best faculties who are well trained in the entire education system. They know what is the demand. Considering all these factors, considering, visualizing, discussing, deliberating all these factors, we thought, why not we come out with this exemplar and say that, look, this is what we can give you. This is what we can give you, and we'll stand shoulder to shoulder with you to ensure that the youth, honestly, I'm telling you, today might be your son has become graduate, or my daughter is now in 10th standard. Nearby, I'll tell you one very interesting thing. PC Jain sir, my daughter comes to me after, she didn't even write her 10th standard. And she comes out with an application on a college which she wants to go. And she said, these are the options which are available for me. I was a little confused. What is this option she's talking about? And this is a real thing. I can give you a number, you can talk to her. She said, I'll take fashion designing. That's my passion. I want to learn administration if I become a big fashion designer, and I like to take commerce. Without having a sense of accounting, I cannot run the business. This is a 10th standard student talking. This is the youth of our nation. And this is what we need to give. My father is at 76 age, but every day, I think he might be listening to me. I am thankful to him that he has given me what education he has given. But the fact is, when we want to give back to the society, what is that? I'm sorry, I'm talking a little sentimental, but yes, when teachers are there, either tears come out of the eyes, or might be because of a love and affection, or because of a caning. Am I right? But the fact is here that we want to work with you. So what I'm trying to tell in total is, how do we actually make it possible? This exemplar presentation is good. This is like, you talk about in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, you talk about industry revolution, education revolution, this revolution, that revolution. But I think it is evolution of our own people which is going to matter. One word which has been given by my past president, one time I just recorded in my mind: aspire to inspire. If I am an inspiration to some person in life, I think it makes whole lot of difference. And institute, if it is contributing in any form, I think not only me, 73 years of our legacy I'm talking about, I'm not talking about history. History doesn't have, that is ended. But this legacy is going to continue for more 730 years in time to come. So we want to thank our legacy and ensure that the future is protected in true sense, at least at our stage. I hope this message comes to you very clear that, we are here to work with you, and we are really delighted and we are excited. We are waiting that how can we help you all people in the entire process. Not help, rather I'll say help is a little chota word. I say that how do you think that we can contribute in that little form, and give us that little space to sit with you, next to you, and give you what I have, what he has, or anyone have in this entire ecosystem. Now let us just I'll take you to the presentation. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India Board of Studies is divided into this multiple forms, which is activities, academic activities, where we have publications, digital resources, a BOS mobile app, and live coaching classes. Just to tell you, when this COVID has come, and when we were sitting in the institute and trying to work out how do we actually ensure that best part of learning happens, digital learning hub was being introduced. Can you imagine? In 2 years, we clocked close to 197 years of learning for our members. 197 years of learning has been clocked. And in the BOS app, we have 2.5 lakh students who are already using the BOS app, where they listen to the live coaching classes. So this all experimenting is being done. You need not reinvent wheel. We will be there with you to shoulder the responsibility. You ask and we will give. That is what we are talking about. Then the practical training assessment, which we initiated, where a student who's going through the training process has to write a small test, and that assessment is taken up. Student journals are there, which are one of the best ones. I have already requested, madam, we have been sending to all the 500 plus universities, but the point is, where is it reaching? We don't know. Honestly, I don't know how many of you have been. Has anyone seen the student journal? I think only one person, 2, 3, 4. Good. So what I request you is kindly give us the details of your HODs of commerce, so that multiple copies can be every month the publication comes out, and that can be sent to the right address. Otherwise, universities are huge, colleges are huge, right? So which place it has to reach, kindly give us the detail. We'll be more than happy to be very specific to that particular address it goes. Liaison with the universities. We have been doing this work, but on an ask basis. But now we are actually coming, we are asking you, our ask is coming to you that, what can we do for you? Tell us, we'll be more than happy. Then regular review of education scheme. Like example, every 10 years, our education scheme, used to change. But thanks to the gentleman sitting here, Nihar sir, who actually thought at right time, because of the new way of learning, new way of teaching, the transformation has already come. And he actually initiated within 5 years. And Jaybai is a person who's actually ensured that within that 1 year time, we come out with a new education policy in the system, and that is lying with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And hopefully it will be true. Then let me just try to take you to the slide, which I would like to see. We have done a lot of work for the UGC also in past, where we have done the entire benchmarking for their credit points and number of hours of learning which is there. And also, this is where I was talking, where we have done the learning outcome based curriculum framework for commerce undergraduates, which has been completely done, and we have got a lot of appreciation from UGC, and we are thankful to UGC for giving us always that kind of edge to give them whatever best we can give it to you at all time. Now, ICA contribution in commerce education system, when you talk about this, incorporated the vision of NEP 2020. I think globally now NEP 2020 is being talked a lot. Everywhere there has been a lot of discussion. Let us ask one simple question. What is that one step which I have done in my system to change or adopt to this 2020 education policy? If not, how can we share with the people who have already implemented that? It will make a whole lot of difference. I need not create a learning curve. Then core paper and skill enhancement course suggested based on UGC's curriculum and credit framework. This is the first time, if you see the exemplar which is going to come to you, in this entire framework, we have ensured that the credit-based marking is also been given subject-wise, topic-wise, and that evaluation is completed so that when UGC says, okay, this is fine, because this is going to be presented to UGC also, saying that this is what you can look into, and this model curriculum you can tweak based on your requirement. Then proposed allocation of core subject in commerce senior secondary. We have designed a course of commerce and accountancy in such manner that 11th, what is required, 12th, what is required, become first year, second year by the time he comes to the third year, or if he we talk about the fourth year, how that can be embedded or might be aligned or might be, integrated with the skill-based learning is something which we have thought about and put forward before you. A commerce graduate undoubtedly can be well trained from any professional offices. And today, when you talk about GST, when you talk about income tax, when you talk about incorporation of companies, when you talk about basic compliances, whether it is Aadhaar, when you talk about bank account KYC, when you talk about basic work which a graduate can get from any institution of the country, we can train in this process. How do you do basic accounting in Tally? How do you basic accounting in ERP? These all are being talked about from the core subject. Professional imparting practical training undergraduates. We are actually proposing this from our side that, any student who is working, and thankful to again to Mr. Naveen Mittal who agreed that, and he released a notification also at the government level that in the 6th semester of graduation, students can work under a chartered accountant. And if it is a 4th year, they can directly work under a chartered accountant and take the research degree. So this has all been done, right? So then apart from that is an exhaustive project list of proposed. We have also given what kind of projects the student should do, so that it is very easy for you, because you need not think about, and we can actually give you certain, projects which are like model projects, which are not of a chartered accountant level, might be at that student level, which is required, right? Then these are all been forming part of credit-based course. Emphasize on conceptual understanding, emphasize on creative and critical thinking. Here we are talking about case study based learning. So a case will be given, which is a very simple case. Again, I'll go back to my president, Nihar sir. He talked about finance and tax literacy for the first time last year in his presidency. We have done that. Finance and tax literacy for the entire citizens of the country. This 14 languages, a website has been developed by ICI, which even most of the other organizations which are promoting FTL is not done it. What is there in that? It is a video which explains why bank account is required, right? How you use a credit card, how you go and open a bank account, how do you use A, B, C, different kind of topics are being there. Then second is a e-book, where you can just flip pages and learn. Third is gamification, which has been used. If I have to teach a small kid plus and minus into divide, that entire gamification is there, which is called Vittya Gyan ICI Ka Abhiyan. And last year in the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have reached out to multiple forums, and we did huge number of outreach. Can you imagine chartered accountants going and doing Gali Ka Nukkad shows on the crossroads of the road? This is the contribution which ICI has demonstrated. When the time has come, we said that we are partner in nation building, and we will show the nation that yes, what you want, we will give. So this is how we have actually transformed. So primarily what I'm trying to tell you is integration of technology. I have talked about futuristic research options. There's a lot which we can deliberate, discuss. We'll do it in a Q&A session might be. And any questions which I'm not covering at this point in time, I'm more than happy to receive it. And you are gurus. Our mistakes you need to accept. With your suggestions, we'll improvise and ensure that we come back before you and say that, look, I have completed my homework and this is before you. Right? Then way forward is what we want to do it in this exemplar is assistance in content development, assistance in terms of faculty development, standardized recorded lecture for the core subject, practical hand-on training, aspiring graduates, professor in practice. This is more importantly, designing the syllabus if you want, we are there. And this offer from ICI on behalf of the president, vice president, council, what I would like to say is, it is not going to be charged by ICI. It is gift to the nation from the ICI. So this is where the exemplar talks about. This is how we are actually planning. Trust me, the whole logic is basically we have all come from a college or a university. And it is time that, not only for us, not only for our past, it is more important for our future, to ensure what best we can give from our side. NEP 2020 undoubtedly has tickled lots of minds and heart. And one organization such to work on NEP is going to be ICI in time to come. We'll continue to do what best we can do. And finally, the professor in practice, which is going to be a very good move from the government of India. Across 166 branches in the country, you tell the name of city, state, town, village, a chartered accountant will reach there to teach the students in a true spirit. That is our commitment. And only thing which I would like to say finally, I learned this entire practice wherever I have grown with one concept, which I'll share with you. If you think you can use it or apply it, either you know or you know who know. Right? Either you know or you know who know. Both matters a lot. Both are not koi upar ya koi niche nahi. Mere ko nahi pata. I don't know. I'll reach out to some person who knows. But knowing that person also to reach out is something which is capability of a person who is individually driving the entire ecosystem. And today, ICI, I think that's the answer for tomorrow and time to come. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
It's quite a tongue twister. You all can try. Either you know or you know who knows. Thank you very much, CA Daya sir. And I think you shared the story of your daughter. I think that not just your daughter, every youth today is demanding. They want to learn, they want to grow. And that's where it's a moral obligation on part of all of us to ensure that the education system adapts and responds. And thank you, ICI, for the gift of education, the ICI exemplar. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have many queries, so keep those queries coming on that Google link that you have so that we can have around 5 to 7 minutes for question answer session with the esteemed panelists that we have in this session. But now to tell you a little bit more about ICI's education policy, let me invite CA Vishal Doshi, Vice Chair, Board of Studies Academic, ICI. Thank you.
A very good morning to everybody. Well, friends, once again, I would like to thank all of you for being present over here. And let me be very honest. Yesterday, I was interacting with many of you. We had some very candid discussions, and we are very happy that almost, I would say, all of you have well received this program, and we are very, very I would say, anxious as well as we are all ready to start running that how we can collaborate. And the chairman sir right now mentioned the different ways in which we are looking forward to. But friends, a lot of discussion has been going on about the futuristic way of learning and education. And as all of you are aware, that ICI is now on 1st July 2023 will move into its 75th year of its formation. And very happy to share that last year, I would say in February 2022, under the leadership of Nihar Bhai, our past president, the then president, and Jay Bhai as the Board of Studies leader, we came out with CRET. So what is CRET? You must have heard this word over the last couple of days many times. CRET, the full form is Committee for Review of Education and Training. So as you are aware that the CA curriculum is a pan-India course or distance learning course. And normally we change the curriculum, we revisit the curriculum every 10 years. But under Nihar Bhai and the then council, it was thought that with so much of advancement in the education sector, the I would say the daily use, the extensive use of technology, the experiential learning that some of you also mentioned today morning, considering all these aspects, that it was required that we cannot, as an institute, we cannot wait for 10 years for the CRET to be formed and the syllabus or the new curriculum to be implemented, and we have to do it faster. And therefore, the whole committee, the CRET, was set up, and in a span of 5 years instead of the normal 10 years. So here, what I would be sharing with you is some of the changes that the institute has brought about. Yes, definitely these changes are with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for their approval, because the ICI is formed under and set up under an Act of Parliament, and therefore any change in our syllabus curriculum has to get the nod from the ministry. So as you are all aware that we have the 3 levels of examination: the foundation, the intermediate, and the final. And the learning requirements are: the foundation, we say, is the basic level; at the intermediate, we say, is the working level of knowledge that is tested; and at the final level, it is an expert level of knowledge that the students are supposed to know or are supposed to acquire. And we have 20 papers spread over these 3 levels, 4 at the foundation level. We have 8 presently at the intermediate level, split into 2 groups of 4 papers each, and 8 at the final level, again 2 groups of 4 papers each. Considering the requirement, like I mentioned, the technology, the student, and we have exams every May and November. I appreciate all of you would be knowing, because there would be a lot of students from your universities who would be CA students. And so the thought was that there was a lot of pressure on the students, and we all know nowadays the students, to be very honest, I see my son, they don't have that much of patience that we used to have. And I hope everybody would agree on that, and therefore they won't change. We have to change based on their requirement. And similar thing was also when we were forming the syllabus. So what we have brought about is that between intermediate and final level, to ease the burden of the examination on the students, the ICI has proposed to bring in a new level, that is the self-paced learning modules. So what are these self-paced learning modules? So there are 4 sets of papers in that, or I would say 4 papers in the self-paced learning module. So presently at the intermediate, where we have 8 papers, we would now, the proposal is to have 6 papers. So there is a 2 papers reduction at the intermediate level. And similarly at the final level also, there is a reduction of 2 papers that the student needs to appear for. So instead of 8, they would appear for 6 papers. And without compromising on the quality of education, the requirement and the expectations of education, the 4 papers are brought in as a self-paced learning module between intermediate and final. So this is where the student would be having the experiential learning. We would be coming out with e-books, we would be coming out with video lectures, and the students are expected in the time frame between intermediate and final, which is we say typically 2.5 years, they would at their own pace pick up these papers, learn through the educational material, the assistance and everything that would be given by the Board of Studies, ICI, and they would be appearing for examination at their convenience. That is, whenever they would be ready to appear for the examinations, and these would, all the 4 papers would be conducted under an online examination with proctoring and all those securities in place. So this is a sea change, I would say, that we have brought about in the curriculum by way of the self-paced learning module. We were also talking about choice. The students should get a choice. Basket menu card hai, aapko kya chahiye, you can pick that up. So even in the self-paced module, what we have done is set A and set B. The first 2 papers are the mandatory papers, which are the economic laws and cost accounting, cost management. So these 2 are mandatory. In the third, which is the set C, which we say, where we have given the student to explore the possibility of specialization. So in that, we have a basket of 10 subjects, like we have forensic accounting, we have IBC, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, we have valuation, we have government accounting and public finance. So such areas of specialization, the student can pick any one paper from this, learn, prepare, and pass that online examination. And even in that, there is a proposal that if a student feels that a couple of times the student has appeared for that exam is not successful, then we have even given that they can change the subject also if they want within that time frame that they have. So this is a set C where we are saying that we are giving them room for them to think that how they want to build their career, in which area they want to specialize, and they are able to select one paper from this 10. The set D, again in this self-paced online module, is where we are trying to bring in some diversification with respect to a chartered accountant. So here we have put papers like the Constitution of India and the Art of Advocacy. The second option, so here also we have a basket of 4 papers, out of which the student can select any one and pass that paper. So one, like I said, is the Constitution and the Art of Advocacy. The second is on philosophy and psychology. You might find chartered accountants and philosophy, psychology, what is the rationale? Madam is here who was helping us in drafting the curriculum, because like you all believe, and we also are in the same boat, that when we discuss the subject, yes, but when it came to the contents, we were all lost. We were all blank. Okay, what could be in it? And then we had experts who helped us, but we feel that this is also a very, very important area, philosophy and psychology. The third paper is on startups and entrepreneurship. And the fourth is on the digital ecosystem. So these are 4 papers which we thought that as a chartered accountant, a student may want to also gain knowledge in these areas. So this is how in our curriculum, in our education policy going forward, we have tried to bring in technology, because these would all be online based. The study material, everything would be online. They would be preparing at their own convenience. The self-paced examination would be online. We have brought in 2 compulsory papers as well as 2 selective papers also. So that was on the self-paced modules and the contents. Another major change which we have brought about in the proposed curriculum is on the practical training. As you all would be aware, presently we have 3 years of practical training. And during the practical training, I would say typically in the last 6 months, a student is eligible to appear for the final examination. What has now been proposed is, instead of 3 years, the practical training is being brought down to 2 years, but 2 years uninterrupted. That means there would be no CA examination in between. So a student would have to clear the intermediate exam, pass both the groups. Then only the student would be able to commence the articleship training, the practical training. 2 years, no examination. After 2 years, after completion of the practical training, the student, we have given in the curriculum that there is a 6 month of study period, and then only the student would be able to appear for the final examination. So when we talk of skills, when we talk of practical experience, as far as the CA curriculum is concerned, we have had it since decades, the practical training, but now we are trying to make it more effective by bringing in that uninterrupted portion. we have the GMCS and the ITT, which we typically say as the orientation course, the MCS, that is the management course, as well as the technological part, the ITT, that is the information technology training, and at the final level, there is an advanced ITT. So here also where we are trying to bring about what chairman sir also mentioned about how to file GST returns, how to log into portals and all, that would be at the basic stage before starting of the practical training. And at the advanced stage, we would also be teaching the student the practical aspects and how to apply various ERP softwares, Power BI, Python, all those things is what we are also trying to bring in into the curriculum. And the last major change I would like to share is about an exit route that is now being provided in the chartered accountancy course, which we are naming it as a BAA, that is a business accounting associate. So, many times students are not able to successfully clear and pass the final examination of the chartered accountancy course. And we have seen, and what we have discussed is that they are still knowledgeable, they are still employable. It's just that they have not been able to cross the last hurdle, that is the final examination. So here the ICAI would be giving them recognition under BAA. So what would be the requirement for a student to get the BAA recognition? The student should have completed intermediate examination, both the groups. The student should have completed the 2 years of practical training. The student should have passed all the 4 papers of the self-paced online module. We have discussed that in detail, so I'll not repeat it. And the fourth requirement is that the soft skill courses that we have, that is the MCS and the advanced ITT at the final level, the student should have attended that and passed that. So the student has done everything except that the student is not able to clear the final examination. So once all these boxes are ticked off, the ICI would be giving them a recognition as a BAA. This recognition would help them start off their careers. If they want to drop CA, but still they have a recognition on their hand, they can still be employable. Even if they want to travel out of India, they would have that recognition with them, that where, for any, they want to start their job, or they want to start their own area, like Chairman sir was mentioning about filing returns or doing some compliance related work of their own. If they want to do, then also they have that recognition, which would help them build their career. And it's not that they are not successful, so it would be stopped, but by this recognition, it would start their careers moving forward. So these are some of the changes which we thought that we should bring to the notice of all our friends over here. And this is pending the approval of the ministry. And once the ministry gives the nod, we are ready to launch this course. So friends, once again, I thank all of you for being here. Yes, I would be here in one more session as a moderator in the panel discussion, but it's been really, really wonderful 2 days of experience with all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, one quick thing is, you all have been seeing all the council members is coming and always talking about PC Jain sir. I'll request PC Jain sir to kindly come and talk few words with all you people, because he's been the chairman of principal of Sri Ram College, who has transformed the college also in some form, and he's every day sitting with us and watching how the council is working. So you can take his views. I know he is an unbiased man. So it will be of a great help. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I never thought of I have to speak today. My past president, Professor Niharji, Dayanivasji, our present chairman, but the former chairman, Charji and Vishalji is here. Vandana is also here, and you are all eminent scholars working in this country to transform the life of 100,000 students over a period of time. I don't know what to speak because you are all scholars. But whatever my grievances were as a teacher, I try to redress when I become the principal. And I also noticed few things here because I'm here almost for last 7 years. So I translate silently without telling anything to anybody. After all, how to transform an organization. I noticed that the entire education system, this may be my perception, I may be wrong totally, that it is teacher driven. Everything is decided by a teacher. Curriculum, teacher. Books, teacher. Paper setting, teacher. Examination, teacher. Timetable, teacher. And there is hardly any role of a student. So student, I thought, become the voiceless. Nobody listens to them. What are their aspirations? As they have just told about the experience of our daughter. Exactly, this is the position of our students. Sometimes we impose certain things to them, and sometimes the parents, relatives, so and so on. So once I become the principal, I invite all my students and ask them to write one write-up, SRCC of my dreams. Believe me, they given me the agenda to run SRCC as per their aspirations. And I try to mobilize entire resources, all these resources at my command, and not even my command, I try to mobilize resources to fulfill their dreams. And I believe if I can fulfill the dreams of my students sitting on the chair, I can do, my job is served, rather I can say. Then there is hardly any grievances. We all are in academic system, and we are expert in developing concepts, ideas. Here are the institution, here is the institution that translate those ideas into practice. They are brilliant people, very hardworking people, very open people, and they respect a lot for academics. This I have noticed in last 7 years. So their concern is to grow. Our concern is also to grow. Our concern is slightly different academically. Their concern is that if new ideas comes, translate into practice, and we can help our people, 140 crore population or something like this. Actually, education was not bad even earlier. Many of our students with the earlier education system had good names across the world, isn't it? But the real issue was, when I say education, education means cultivation of mind of a student, isn't it? Our model is very mechanical to me, very standardized, standard practices, rules, regulations, discipline, this and that. There is hardly any scope for creativity. Imagine if we translate, if it shift this idea from mechanical system, industrialized system or industrial mechanical system of our education to agricultural system, then whole of our problem is solved. We put a seed, and if we are a farmer, I mean, teachers is almost a farmer. Cultivate an environment, create an environment to grow. And the seed is growing as per its choice. We are not putting the color on the plant or designing this. We are not. So we are leaving our student free, except to create an environment, and that is our role. And if we can create environment and how to monitor it, this is another issue. We have around 2,500 students in the college. Your job is to see every student should excel. Now, how to excel? So you are mapping the progress of each and every student from the day one. Whether a student is moving in the direction in which, irrespective of branding, BCom or something like this, he or she is moving in a different areas of his or her choice. So not only we are giving him or her a degree, but allowing them to space for his or her growth in the system. If you come to the institution, for last 2-3 years, past President Atul Gupta ji, then Nihar Bhai, and the present president, ex-chairman, present chairman, we worked on it with all sincerity and commitment. And you will not believe, when we'll put before the audience, public, for their comments or their suggestions, almost 25,000 and more suggestions were we received. And out of that, almost 80% from the students. And in one meeting, there was a question that, look, students just comment for the sake of comment, and therefore we should not go by that. But that is basically against my thought process. So somehow, institute agreed that students' suggestions are more important than even professionals, even academicians, even parents, even anybody else in this world. So ultimately, we have to see the students, and if the students are saying something, they have some aspirations, they have some expectations, they have some dreams, and if we fail to fulfill the dream of our student, it is a criminal on the part of the head of the institutions, whoever he or she is working, wherever they are working. This is my concern. This is my thought process. So we are moving in the right direction, and their problem is simple, as they have already said number of times. Ultimately, you have to develop the concepts. You have to do a lot of research. You are already doing, and those comes to practice. But if they join together, I think we can create wonders. We can be little faster. We can be rather more, I can say, I mean, we can be more practical, and not only, this is another important thing to me. This is my understanding is, I am in a suit today, having shoes, came in the car, or maybe house, this, that. Actually, these are not PC Gen. PC Gen is PC Gen with this suit or without this suit. It doesn't make any difference. To me, education is value system, the principles which only academicians create over a period of time. Because these principles, these values conduct the behavior, internal behavior on a person. If you put a photos here, these photos are what? They are signs. I mean, they have no. But if an artist put a something like this painting, this painting is the inner feeling of that particular person. Total concentration, total imagination, total creativity, and so on and so on. So that space is required. That space is required. Then another important problem is examination. Examination destroyed our education system very badly, I'm telling you. Because education becomes examination driven. We speak from morning to evening that rote learning should be removed. And we are forcing rote learning every day virtually. Suppose I say MCQ, multiple choice questions, I think MCQ. We already decided the answer will be C. Now you have no right to think of beyond that. If you are thinking, your answer will be wrong. And we are using the computer which is senseless, brainless, nothing, that will decide the fate of a student. Very unfortunate. Yesterday, probably President said, we are introducing case study method. We are introducing case study method. Now the problem in case study method is, if there are 1,000 students in one paper, there will be 1,000 answers. If there are no 1,000 answers, the purpose of the case study will also be defeated. If we want standard answers of a case study, then the whole purpose of case study will also be lost. So we have to prepare I think we are going to meet shortly, maybe today or tomorrow, to think about the two things: framing of a question and a question paper. Both are different and both are very critical to me. So if we can think of question paper, questions, then we need a really brain to answer 1,000 questions. Though it is difficult, it could be challenged, but we have to maintain the value of a human being. We cannot be replaced by a technology. You know, the problem here is, we are talking about technology. Very good. Technology is outdated every day. Obsolete, going to be obsolete. The value system will sustainable over a period of time. So if education is deprived of values, then what is left? We are working like a daily wage worker, isn't it? Earn and spend, and there is nothing. And we are outdated every day. Here in designing this curriculum, two things have been taken care of very seriously, and that is that the ethics and the technology, etc., will be embedded in each paper rather than having a separate paper. The implication is, if one particular technology is useful for accounting, that may not be useful for law, that may not be useful for tax, that may not. So we will identify which technology is important for which paper, and that will be taught simultaneously, so that the student understand that this technology will be useful for this purpose. When we teach papers separate, like statistics, then what happens? The student, as we all know, we are all teachers, mug up and reproduce formulas, and they don't know what is the meaning of this formula, why this formula has come up, and where it should be used. Similarly, in ethics, value system, we try to embed ethics in every paper. In every step of human being, values are important at every moment. So whenever we take a decision, whether decision is related to accounting or auditing or any paper, ethics is relevant. And ethics, as President had said yesterday, integrity of a chartered accountant or of any human being in this world is very important. Very important. Otherwise, how we will trust anybody? So if we have to build trust, it means we have to induct ethics correctly. So these two major changes have been incorporated in this curriculum. I wish your involvement, your engagement in this curriculum and other things will come forward to ICI, and ICI will look forward to develop a better model course curriculum for school and the higher education students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. P.C. Jain, sir. Every word of yours was like a pearl of wisdom. Thank you. A teacher is like a farmer, and you have to cultivate an environment where every seed can grow according to their pace. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Can we take a few questions? Okay. In the panel discussion. Okay. So with that, we conclude this session then. Thank you very much. A round of applause for each of the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'd like to request the chair and the vice chair of Board of Studies to express gratitude and present a token of thank you to both our speakers. First to CA Nihar Jambusaria, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. And gratitude to CA Jay Chera. Thank you very much, Jay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you everyone for your patience and very active participation. And we've got a full house, everyone in attendance today on time. We were there. And I hope you enjoyed this technical session. So we've got a lot of questions of yours. We've passed on to the panelists. I hope during the tea break, luncheon break, you'll get time to get the answers to the same. Keep those questions coming. Let's move on to the next topic. This is one topic I've been waiting for. When I first saw the agenda, I was like, oh, this is very interesting. Learning methodology from mythology. So we've got the distinguished speaker with us. Please welcome Madam Bindu Das. And I'll also request CA Rajkumar Adukia, sir, Central Council member ICI, to kindly come up on the stage. Binduji is Associate Professor, Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. We're very keen to listen to you, madam, as to how we can have learning methodology from mythology, academics, and skill-based approach. I first request CA Rajkumar Adukia ji to present a book to Binduji to welcome her. So we are welcoming everyone with a book, ma'am. The best friend. I think you have to change that adage, which said a book is man's best friend, woman's too. So everyone's best friend.
Recording an event.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite on stage CA Dayaneva Sharma, Chair, Board of Studies Academic, ICI, for his opening remarks on this topic, learning methodology from mythology. What are your thoughts, sir?
Thank you, Amit. And he ensured that I get on spot this particular topic. But however, just let me share with you, in the opening remark, our council colleague, rather, I think the most senior and veteran, who's seen the council transforming every time, Mr. Rajkumar Adukia ji, he himself is involved into education to a level where you can't even imagine the number of degrees he carry along with him. And he's authored multiple books. He always guides us. When this topic came in, he said, I am going to be there in this particular topic. So you can imagine, have you ever thought why this topic is there in this discussion today? Could anyone think about the reasoning of the topic, having this topic today in the discussion. Ethos and ethics, values. Right. Any other thought? That is also one of the most important part. So if you start thinking, if you take a whiteboard and start listing down, you'll actually see that, everything I'm doing, but I am not doing with a conscious mind, which was earlier a conscious mind. When you talk about a Guru Dakshina or Guru Parampara, a lot of different things were there. When I used to get into the classroom, I used to get in with the thought that I'm going to learn today something. Versus when today we talk about when my class is going to over. Right? How do I go for absenteeism? What excuse I should be giving? But Rajkumar sir has always been one person who is actually given, because when we were thinking about designing the syllabus for psychology, philosophy, he was the person, instead of talking about accounting standards, instead of talking about auditing standards, instead of talking about corporate law or income tax, he said that I would like to take this particular topics under my supervision and we will develop the syllabus. That is how Madam Bindu Das has actually got interacted. We initiated the discussions, and that is how we thought about, moving forward. In that discussion, I was having a coffee with her and she said, I am actually doing a research on, learning from mythology. I was like shocked. But let us take, I was talking to Amit. Amit, we were just discussing, let us take an example of Ram Setu, the movie which has come, and also one of the biggest agenda of the country as such, whether it is a mythology, whether it is a legacy, whether it is a history, whether it is what. But at the end of the day, when you see the mountains, you see anything which is flowing in east or west direction, north or south direction, we all try to evaluate, and there is a scientific reason to it. Furthermore, if you go back to Hanuman Chalisa, you go back to any Quran or anything, any community, it doesn't stop you to, think from a community point of view. But just go back. If it is a mythology, I don't know whether it is a mythology or actually a history. But the fact is, Hanuman gave a calculation of how far the sun is. When we go back, who created zero? It's our own people. When you talk about aeroplanes today, there is a Vahan Chalak, not Vahan Chalak, the Vayu, whatever it has been called, wooden Khatola. And they had a measurement of how long or short they could go. There was a science in that, there was a physics in that. When you talk about pharmacy, there is a chemical history behind it, right? And that beautifully put in again Ram Setu about that plant, Sanjeevani Vati. Everything had a reasoning. And when you talk about accountancy, I don't think any world or any nation, whether it is 1 year back, 1 day back, 1,000 years back, few thousand years back, in AD or BC, you talk about nothing different. So mathematics or accounts, when you talk about, always had an relevance in the entire history of this nation and the world and the universe being there. So what we thought is, how is that we can learn? Because if you see at the Ramayana time or Mahabharata time or any kings and kingdoms time, right, Aditya sir? At that point in time, the students used to go to Gurukul to learn the academic side of it. And they used to have some warriors who used to teach them the skill of arts, martial arts, or might be whatever you talk about, bow and arrow, whatever it is. So academic and skilling has always been there. Somewhere in the process, we missed out the skill part and we focused only on the academic part. So with this NEP 2020, I think we are going back. We are getting that, dreams and realities back in time, where we are going to take this discussion today, how this accountancy and commerce can actually think about what is that we can take from the past and see it is continued in a bigger manner. And no other person than these two people who are sitting on the stage can actually give a view, because he himself is such a big author who's done so much of research, so much of knowledge he carries. We all actually inspire looking at him. We get inspiration. And then Madam is already doing her research from Delhi University. So no better person than this. I hope you have a very interesting learning. And there are a couple of people who are watching us for this session today. online also. So there are some important people. I'll just share might be the names later or informally. But yes, it's going to be very interesting. Take it from me. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there, sir, for wonderfully putting the context of the topic, learning methodology by mythology. Our curiosities have increased many-fold now. And Bindu ma'am, we invite you so that you can remove the mystery and help us understand what's history, what's mythology. And to all gathered here and watching us live on social media, this is going to be a very interesting session. Please welcome Bindu ma'am.
Thank you, Amit, for your kind words. Shri Rajkumar sir, Dayanivas sir ji, Vanna ma'am, PC Jain sir, and all the distinguished guests. Namaskar and a very good afternoon, I believe, or morning to you all. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of NEP, National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy, for inviting me to give this lecture. I'm honored and I'm humbled. But before I start, let me share something. I'm kind of nervous also, because today the audience primarily consists of commerce and accountancy professionals, researchers, and I come from an entirely different background, that is philosophy. But when I was hearing Dayanivas sir and PC Jain sir and other speakers, I realized that there is much in common. It's just the vocabulary that would be different, but we're speaking maybe the same things. So bear with me. Let me try if my words in a different vocabulary make some sense today. My paper for today is titled Learning Methodology from Mythology, an Academics and Skill-Based Approach. What I'm going to do in my paper today is to demonstrate whether our ancient wisdom has something to offer in the contemporary society. In other words, what should be the position of mythology and traditions in the knowledge system? My paper would be divided in 3 parts. First, I'm going to talk about mythology. What is mythology? Do I have, I'm not good at this. You'll have to excuse me. Okay. So, my first part of the paper will be dealing with what is mythology. In the second part, I'll be talking about how mythology in other traditions have been used as a tool for knowledge building. And in the third part, I'll be coming back to our own tradition to talk about what we can take from mythology as a value-added course, as a skill enhancement course. That's one of the parameters that NEP gives for the educators. Now, let me start with the Webster Dictionary. How does it define mythology? If you look at it, it says, number 1, it's usually a traditional story of ostensibly historical events that serves to explain natural phenomenon, belief, or a worldview of people. The second definition says it's a popular belief or tradition that has grown up around something or someone. In the third one, it says that it embodies the ideals of society or institutions. And the fourth one, a person or thing having only an imaginary or unverifiable existence and unfounded or false notion. It goes to the extent of saying that mythology is unverifiable and false. Now, if you look at all these definitions closely, we understand that these definitions are trying to tell you that mythology may be a fiction, or it may be a narrative of real incidents. As a student of philosophy, this debate may be intriguing, but not for us. It's not relevant. And how it is not relevant, let me explain with an example, because I'm talking of mythology, so there would be stories. So we all know of Buddha. Now, Buddha in philosophy is considered more to be a spiritual reformer than a philosopher. And in philosophy, there are 3 important questions that are raised. Epistemology, that's theory of knowledge. Metaphysics, that is theory of reality, and ethics, we all know. Now, in metaphysics, the questions that are raised are questions like, what is the nature of soul? Is it eternal, non-eternal? What is the nature of the world? Is it finite, non-finite? These are the questions that metaphysicians in philosophy raise. Now, Buddha was basically engaged in relieving the pains and the sufferings in the world. And for him, the metaphysical questions were not that important. But he was still asked. And he remained silent over this question. Not that he did not know the answer, he just remained silent. His silence has been interpreted in different ways, and we have more than 20 Buddhist schools, philosophical schools in India. But you see, philosophers, quote unquote, his opponents would press him, kuch to jawab dijiye. So he narrated a story. And he narrated the story about a king. एक बार एक राजा जी थे, अपने लाव लश्कर के साथ जंगल में जा रहे थे. और जाते जाते क्या हुआ कि कहीं से एक तीर आया और उनके हार्ट पे, सीने में घुस गया. अब करेंगे क्या, वो गिर गए. अब राजा जी जब गिर गए तो ब्लड भी आ रहा है. But what does he do? What he does is he asks his people, find out the velocity of the arrow with which it has hit me. Let us find out what was the direction of the wind. Find out the caste of the person who hit me. Now imagine he's bleeding and he's asking these questions. And Buddha says certain questions you need to remain silent. As Sir pointed out today, he said it is important to know, and it is also important not to know, or to know not when you do not know. So similarly, Buddha is silent over metaphysical questions. So as Sir was saying, whether these are historical events, I do not know. I want to remain silent. I'll move further, and I'll only pick up the traditional aspects, or let's say the knowledge part that we have there in our mythology, from where we can learn. That is the only part that I'm going to talk about. So what I'm going to talk about is whether mythology gives you certain wisdom, whether it is talking about epistemology in the sense that whether it is telling you what knowledge is, what kind of value system are we talking about. These are the things that I am going to talk about. Now, it is true that mythology is a vital feature of every civilization and culture. In our own culture, mythology has been considered to be the oral history that is passed from generation to generation. It's the oral history narrative where stories are used to explain subtle philosophical concepts. But are mythologies only stories? No, they're more than stories. Yes, it is true that our ancient wisdom or our ancient knowledge system has always tried to put forward these theories in form of stories. Two examples I'll be taking in my paper. One is of Kathopanishad. It's a Vedantin text, Upanishad, and here we have a story between Nachiketa and Yamaraj. I'll be using this story to explain you how subtle philosophical knowledges have been explained. On the other side, the example that I'll be taking up is the questions of King Milind Panho. It's a Buddhist text where there is a dialogue between King Milind and the Buddhist sage Nagasen. There are stories, I agree to it, but mythologies behind the stories are giving you the pearls of wisdom, and we'll see how. But before I move to that part, let me also talk about once we understand that mythologies have something to offer us, let us understand how this mythology has been used as a tool in other systems. We all know of Greek philosophy. Now, in Greek philosophy, the uses of mythology as a tool for knowledge building is well documented. Plato, for example, if you read his writings, you will find that Plato uses dialogues to express very, very subtle philosophical, complex ideas, hidden pearls of wisdom. He considers myths and he writes it down as a tool of persuasion. He believes that people who may not be that philosophically inclined, because philosophy is considered to be a much more dry discipline, all these complex ideas, the value ideas, can be instilled in the youngsters through a method of persuasion, and myths can be used. Now, Plato narrates a lot of myths in his writings, but he's just not a narrator of myth. He's more than that. He's a creator of myth. And I'll give one example. I'm sure many of you have heard of this allegory of caves that is there in the Republic. It's one of the most famous books that we read. In Republic, Plato is talking about the education system. And in that, he creates the myth of allegory of caves. Now, what is this allegory of cave? Imagine, this is a much more lighted room, but imagine we all are in an underground cave, which is very dark. And there are these captives inmates in this cave, and their hands are shackled. They can only see the front wall. Behind them, there is a flame that is burning. And in between the inmates and the flame, there are certain moving puppets. Now in this dark, the moving puppets are going to create shadow right in front of them. Now the inmates can only see these moving puppets, or maybe the real objects which are there, the shadows are coming on the front. So the inmates who cannot see behind them considers these shadows to be the real things. Most of the time, what we do not know, or things which are imaginary or things which are not real, we do consider them to be real. Now imagine for a moment that these are the people who consider this the only reality, and one of them escapes this prison, goes out and finds the sun, gets bedazzled by the light of the sun and understands, oh my God, throughout my life, whatever I was looking at was not the reality. There's something else, which is the real part. So, in other words, in Plato's story, this escaped inmate becomes the knowledgeable person. Now, if you become knowledgeable, what ought I to do? I must share it. That's one of the things of the knowledge. Even though you know that you may fail, and that's one of the endeavors which I can see the ICAI is doing. You want to share it, you want to give it back to the world. So this person goes back to the cave. Now, after this bright light, if when he goes back to the cave, what is happening there? His eyes get damaged to some extent, but he still comes. And he tells these people that, listen, ये जो आप देख रहे हैं, ये बिल्कुल shadow है, ये reality नहीं है. बाहर निकलिए और ये reality कुछ और है. The idea that Plato is trying to tell you, an educated person will always try to give back. The ignorance will resist. They will say, no, the outside world is dangerous. We cannot go to the outside world because it has damaged your eyes. It will damage mine too. The idea through allegory of caves, which Plato is trying to tell you, is education is very important. And people who are educated will always give back. Ignorance will resist. And ignorance, till the time they are themselves not educated, will never understand the reality. Through the beautiful creation of myth of allegory of caves, Plato in his Republic talks about education system that is needed and what we ought to do if we are educated. Moving further. And if you have seen this movie, Plato's allegory of caves has been kind of influenced a lot of movie making. If you've seen this Truman Show of Jim Carrey, that is actually based on Plato's allegory of cave. Moving back to our own system, our own ancient indigenous system. Now here I become a bit uncomfortable. I'm a student of philosophy. I have been using the word mythology. As I told you, the debate, whether it's a fiction or not, I'll remain silent. And here as a student of philosophy, I become a bit uncomfortable. What I'll start doing is, Plato does use the word myth, but I'm not going to use the word mythology. I will say our ancient indigenous knowledge system. And then I will talk about what our ancient education system has to offer to us. The first thing, in the education system, in the Indian philosophical schools that you would find, knowledge is always arrived through some kind of a discussion or debate. Debate is an integral part of our knowledge system. In a classroom, if you do not allow your students to talk, that's not a healthy debate. The first thing is that there has to be a debate. The Vadi and the Prativadi, both of them would try to express their own views. There is a Purva Paksh, there is an Uttar Paksh. I'm speaking and we are here to take questions also. So Purva Paksh and Uttar Paksh, both would try to give their own viewpoints. But the beauty of the debate is something else here. The beauty of the debate is that both the parties are not trying to win. Both the parties are trying to arrive at the truth. And that should be the aim of discussion that we see in our own ancient system. And I'll give you again another example how this can be illustrated. I was talking about the text, the questions of King Milind Panho. Now, King Milind was a great king, a very powerful king. And in his kingdom, a very young scholar of Buddhist, Nagasen, comes. King Milind has this arrogance that he is very learned, and he decides to check Nagasen, and he goes to his place in the ashram. He asks certain questions. In the first day, there is a debate, and he comes back. And he is very intrigued by Nagasen. The next day, he again goes back to Nagasen. And he says, dear Nagasen, will you indulge into a debate with me? And Nagasen says, sir, if you have come as a king, no. If you come as a scholar, Yes. And King Milan says, what is the difference between the two? And he says, if you come and debate with me as a king, what is going to happen is I'll say something, you will say something. If I do not agree with you, you are going to fine me or punish me. But if you're debating as a scholar, there would be doubts, there would be contradictions, but there is no anger. A teacher and a student must learn this. There would be discussions, there would be contradictions, but there is no anger involved here. And in our system, if you look at it, when we are talking about debates, the rules of debates are well classified. They tell you what kind of debates are bad. So for example, Jalpa is a kind of a debate where there is a mere wrangling of words. Both the parties are trying to establish their position. Main acha, political parties bahut karte hain. But none of them try to come to the conclusion. Our system says that this kind of a debate will be futile. Don't get into it. The other one is when you try to only put down the other person, vitand. That is also not accepted as a form of a debate. And the other one is chal. When you intentionally misunderstand something, that's a debate that neither the teacher nor the student should indulge into. And that is a debate that we kind of reject. Once we understand the rules of debate and we understand that discussion is the only form of knowledge, the question is, why? What is the objective of knowledge? क्यों चाहिए ज्ञान की क्यों प्राप्ति चाहिए हमें? Again, let me take the example of Nyaya Bindu, a Buddhist text. It says, every successful action precedes, or right knowledge precedes every successful action. What it means, human beings aim at successful action. This whole exercise is for the successful action. This is a whole national education policy, or the summit is for a successful action. But before that, there was a lot of hard work. You had the right kind of the knowledge, right knowledge is needed by us. But when I'm talking about successful action, there is again, let me narrate because I'm talking of mythology, again a small story. Research करना है, किस पे research करना है? चलिए anatomy पे research करना है. दांतों पे research कर लेते हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है. But मैंने बहुत सारा पैसा लगाया, सब लगाया, और कहाँ पे चली research करने? So I decide that crows आजकल कम हो गए हैं, कौवे, चलो कौवे के दांत पे research करते हैं. तो करना शुरू कर दिया. बहुत time लगाया. मिला क्या? कुछ नहीं, because the teeth of the crow doesn't exist. Kaak dant pariksha abhavat. There's no need for it. You're not going to get any successful activity. So the kind of skill development that we need, we must understand whether it is going to give you successful activity. Wasting resources on something which is imaginary may not be fruitful. So that is another thing that we need to understand. Coming to the next part, it is one of my favorite parts. I said right knowledge is needed for successful activity, but what is right knowledge? The Indian philosophical system has defined, and in fact, it makes a distinction between right knowledge or valid knowledge and invalid knowledge. Now, right knowledge, if you look at it, must have the element of truth. But our system says that only element of truth will not give you the valid knowledge or right knowledge. There has to be an element of novelty. If there is no novelty, if there is no anadhigat, it is not right knowledge. As one of the speakers was rightly pointing out, repetition, memory may be true, but it's not the right knowledge. If you're aiming at knowledge, there has to be novelty. And I strongly believe that our ancient people, they did have this thought in their mind that novelty is an integral character of knowledge. And that is why we could come up with, we gave so many firsts to the world. We were a Vishwaguru, the zero, the medicine and astronomy and everywhere. It was the novelty where we insisted on that can only give us right knowledge, which gave us which made us the pioneers in education. So that is another thing that we need to understand. We must get back to the element of novelty in our knowledge system. Understood the knowledge. Let's talk about who is a student. In Indian system, not everybody can become a student. A student must be an adhikarin, must be capable of getting the knowledge. And we have established systems where you have these competitive exams, things like that, where you say that, okay, a student must be capable of knowing this. But who becomes an adhikarin, the first criteria for becoming an adhikarin is you must have the desire to know, mumukshasva. If you do not have the desire to know, if you do not have the passion to know, you can never know. You can never know. It can only be a memory. It can only be a rote memorization, not more than that. The next one is not only knowing. Imagine a student. A student must also have the power to discriminate. Discriminate between, in philosophy, we say nitya, anitya, vastu, vivek, eternal and non-eternal. For a student, I must discriminate between what is necessary for me and what are superfluous things. So examination time, I have to sit and study. Even if the great movie is coming up, I'll have to stop that. That's also a very, very important thing. Third is, I keep thinking about the results. It's not going to help you. Phala bhog viragasya. You must have. And the last one is, you must have the calmness of mind, senses. You must kind of withdraw yourself from external objects, pleasures of the external objects. But one more point, which is said as titiksha, is an important characteristic of student, which is unwavering between the two extremes. Thand ho ya garmi ho. काम करना है तो करना है, इस चीज से नहीं निकल सकते हैं. ये स्टूडेंट की कैपेबिलिटी है और ये स्टूडेंट को जानना ही जानना है. And concentration. I was talking about Kathopanishad. If you look at Kathopanishad, in that story, Nachiketa and Yamaraj tests Nachiketa and tries to see whether he's adhikarin of the knowledge of the soul, the third boon which he asks. Before that also, when he is given the first boon, his other characteristics are checked. He stays 3 nights in the house of Yamaraj without food and everything. That's the effort that a student must put on. That's the kind of student that we are looking for if you really want novelty. The next one is, who is a teacher? I'm a teacher, but what kind of a teacher and what are requirements of a teacher? In Indian philosophy, a teacher is considered to be apta purush, using the word purush, but it's a gender neutral term. Who is an apta purush? A trustworthy person who is proficient in her field. Now, this is very important in today's time. Proficient in my field. Imagine I come from Indraprasth College for Women, where we have a huge section of commerce students. Now I come and attend this lecture on national education on commerce and accountancy, and I go back and my students say that, ma'am, थोड़ा सा finance के बारे में बता दीजिए. और मैं अरे करके आई हूँ, बताना शुरू कर दूँ. I'm not an apta purush. I may be an apta for philosophy, but I'm not an apta for this. The teacher must understand that. You know, all these misleading advertisements that we see film stars coming and trying to sell you off other things. We need to understand. A teacher also must understand. And then amidst all this, the 3 things that both of them have to follow. That is, in the stages of education, we need to have what we say, Shravan, Manan, and Nididhyasan. Hearing is very important. Our Vedas are called as Shruti texts, hearing. And when I hear, the student hears the teacher, there must be faith. If you do not have faith in your system, if you do not have faith in your cultural wisdom, nothing is going to happen. You must have the faith. And with that faith, the student approaches the teacher who's an apt and listens aptly to the teacher. But when you are into a discussion, contradictions will come. You will find a lot of problems there. Then you have to reflect, use your reasoning. And when you are using your reasoning, what kind of reasoning? Sir या मैम ने सारा गलत पढ़ा दिया, हटा देते हैं. हमारा एंशियंट विजडम ये तो कुछ आजकल समझ में ही नहीं आता. उड़न खटोला था क्या कभी? ऐसा हो नहीं सकता, हटा देते इस चीज को. No. The reflection is that try to, with faith, try to understand where are you misunderstanding. There could be contradictions, but let us understand where are we misunderstanding. Because words have 2 different kinds of meanings. What we call direct meaning and indirect meaning, lakshyarth and shakyarth. कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बार हम इन दोनों में उलझ जाते हैं, या फिर हम इंटेंशनली गलत मीनिंग निकाल लेते हैं. ये फेथ, ये श्रद्धा अपने एंशिएंट विजडम पे हमें वापस लाना है. सो मनन, reflect, but then that reflection must have the shraddha in it, and then the nididhyasan. Now this nididhyasan is concentration, contemplation, And in that contemplation, our seers believe that the element of novelty, like an intuitive realization, comes forward. We have seen great scholars coming up with these things. I believe when the commerce and accountancy people are talking about philosophy, they were doing it, they were studying, and all of a sudden, intuitively, what they studied, they realized and something new came up. So many new things which I heard today, something like that. And the last part, in our system, the relation between the student and the teacher. And I would say not only the relation between the student and the teacher, but anywhere, whether you look at it in your employer-employee situation, anywhere this forms. Most of the Upanishads starts with an opening verse of prayer. And Kathopanishad has a prayer which I think beautifully tells you the relationship between the student and the teacher. And that is, Om Sahna Bhavatu Sahno Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvi Navaditamastu Ma Vidvisavahe. What it says, the word Sah. May Lord bless both of us. Let's come together and work together. It's not about you and me. The teacher and the student are also the same. They need the blessing. Then may Lord nourish both of us with the knowledge. May we both put efforts and may we both understand the knowledge. And the last part, no dvesh between us, that not any be misunderstanding that could come between us. That is the relationship that we envision between two people, a teacher and a student, even in a hierarchical level. We believe that there could be a symbiotic relationship there. Towards the last part of my lecture is Indian philosophy, of course, talks about ethical values. Okay, and 4 different aims have been prescribed in the Indian philosophical system, which we call Purusharthas. अर्थ धर्म काम मोक्ष. Most of the people have the thing कि सिर्फ मोक्ष की बात करते हैं फिलॉसफी वाले, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है. हमारे यहाँ पुरुषार्थ में 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स इन लाइफ में 4 चीजों में धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष का भी है. और धर्म, moral order in every stage of life is very, very important. But then accumulation of wealth is also considered to be an objective of human beings. Earth, calm, the pleasure is also considered to be an objective of human beings. So action has never been shunned in our system. And corresponding to these, we have 4 different stages in life. So we have your brahmacharya, you have grihastha, you have vanaprastha and the yoga. I'm more interested in talking about the vanaprastha. Imagine the vanaprastha system that we had. What was the idea? Accumulation of wealth, then retirement. And where retirement? Vanaprastha, not much of cooking, right? People tell us, we go to the great dietitians, they charge so much and they tell you after a particular age, stop eating, eat raw food, eat less, little and all this. The whole idea of vanaprastha is that. So go back to the jungle, clean environment, that is what we look for. Retirement, done our work. Let's try a detachment, give the next generation the thing and move forward. Okay, and the yoga is, not everybody does that, but when we do aim at that liberation. So I believe that I may have been able to demonstrate to you that from our own ancient system, we can pick up methodology for the education system. What ought to be the education system in our country? We see our country has witnessed, we were the first in many things. We were the Vishwaguru, we were the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we are going to become the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Again, as I said, provided that we pick up from our ancient wisdom, try to reflect on the contradictions that we have and work on it. Thank you so much for your patience hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bindu Das, Associate Professor, Department of Philosophy, Delhi University. This has been very profound. And I'm sure that you are sending the questions through the Google form. So time permitting, we will field some questions for you. But let's first invite C.A. Rajkumar Adukia, sir, a distinguished author who's written books on several topics for his thought on this subject. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Madam, I would like to say that the family name which you have inherited, some people have to put an effort to get that family name Das. And because of your passion in philosophy, mythology, you have got that family name. I was thinking, how I, as a chartered accountant, correlate with whatever Madam has said in commerce and accounting. And I would like to thank lockdown for many things. One, this technology which was available to us for last 40 years. 24th March 2020 taught us that all 193 countries of the world can be one and can be connected at the click of button within a second. Second, lockdown gave me an opportunity to read all Vedas, Upanishads, and what Madam was talking about Adhikari. Tattva Bodh, Atma Bodh, what Adi Shankaracharya has written. Now, I would like to, I have an interest and studied Quran, Bible, Guru Granth Sahib, Bhagavad Gita, and I see a similarity. And I see the principles of management, principles of what a king should do, what a owner should do. And in Bhagavad Gita, I would like to talk about 2 slokas out of 700 slokas. 700 slokas divided into 18 chapters. And in 6th chapter, there is sloka 6.5, where Lord Krishna says, a person himself or herself has to raise the level. It is up to that person only, through his mind, his or her mind. And sloka 6.6 says, the person who has controlled the mind has won the world. And the person who has not been able to control the mind do not need an enemy. The mind itself will be the enemy of that person. And if we see the whole Bhagavad Gita, I see that the all teaching to Arjuna is on mind of Arjuna. So when God made us, He gave us 78 vital organs, and which are hardwares, heart, kidney, liver. So He gave a brain, which is our hardware. Like mobile is a hardware. But He gave us unlimited applications, which is mind. And when I correlate mythology, Bindu Das Madam, all inventions which have taken place are from mythology. Take an aeroplane, take a machine, take a production, take a transportation. If we correlate, we will find that origin is there. Then I was looking, as a chartered accountant, I have a passionate about mediation and arbitration. See, any dispute can be settled. Best way is negotiation. So I see in Bhagavad Gita, in Mahabharata, that Lord Krishna made all attempt to negotiate. He went to Kauravas to negotiate, give one village. He did a mediation. Similarly, the principles we find in Vidur Niti, in Kautalya Niti. Now, another thing which I find, like Simon Sinek has written a book. Can anybody tell me the name of the book? Start with why. In each student, if we can find out the passion of the student, then we can create a miracle in that student. The same thing lies in the book Ikigai, that if the person chooses passion as a profession, like our past president Vedjanji was just entered, his passion is direct access. So if God says, one do not require a sleep 24 hours, one will be doing that. I would like to, we are talking this session, we had a, skill-based approach. And we can divide into two compartments, hard skills and soft skills. What we are teaching in commerce, accounting, science, arts is a hard skill. But what I have realized by my experience is soft skill is a foundation. Soft skill papers should be there in all standards. The communication, time management, team building, problem solving approach, which I find missing. And perhaps in the chartered accountancy syllabus, we realized, and then we started the orientation course and management communication skill course. And I feel, this National Education Summit, a very good initiative of the institute in Board of Studies under the chairmanship of C.A. Dayanivas Sharmaji. It should be made a permanent feature. Earlier we had a university liaison committee and we were doing some program with universities. Now in 3 streams, commerce, science, arts, I feel commerce plays a pivotal role. And I consider human resource. There was a time when India's GDP was 25% of the world GDP. Before the Britishers came to India. Today, the world wealth is 4 lakh, say about 5 lakh US dollar. And USA holds 35% of the wealth. And the India wealth is 14,000 USD. But we have a population which is 20% of the world population. And we can become the richest. The human resource, in the human resource accounting, which is the largest value, and we can create largest value. There was a, sculptor and painter, an architect by the name Michelangelo. The Michelangelo is known for the world famous various work which has done in the sculpting at Pieta, David. Once he was asked, how you create life in a stone, like what you have done in Moses, and what was his answer? His answer was that life is already there. I'm just chiseling and making that life alive. I think each one of us, as a contributor in the education system, we should see that in each human being, we should realize the unlimited potential which God has given to that human being when God gave a birth. And maybe every day when we teach any student, first we should speak about unlimited capabilities of the mind. And then we should teach the subject. I think it will make a lot of difference, because the confidence once, what Lord Krishna did for Arjuna, that he worked only on the mind. And then Arjuna started creating the miracle in the battlefield. So I'll stop here. And I would like to congratulate organizers once again for creating such a beautiful interactive meet, where we can talk that what we had a national education policy 2 years back, 2020. Now we are in 2023. So we can say 3 years back, how the dream of our country that India becomes Vishwaguru in all aspects, not only yoga, what we had, but our mythology, our Vedas, which are age old, and our Upanishads, all those things, how it can be. And I have seen, when I attend many courses of self-development gurus, they talk of Bhagavad Gita in their talk, though they are from America and they are from UK. So I think we have a very rich heritage in terms of learning and developing the whole world, human being, this planet, Earth, can be made a very precious planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Rajkumar Adukia, sir, Central Council Member ICI, for your thoughts. Like you said, if somebody does not control the mind itself is the biggest enemy. And sir always says that everything that happens in life happens twice. Once it's in your mind and then in reality. Thank you very much. So now that we've had both our guests speak, let's take a couple of questions. So I'll club a couple of questions that are almost on similar lines, and we'll request Bindu ma'am, if you can answer this first, please. It says, your suggestions are all very good, but how do we take Indian ethos and ancient system to the students? And the second question is also almost similar, that ma'am agreed we have rich literature in terms of mythology, which can help an individual in becoming a self-reliant in almost all aspects, emotionally intelligent, competent, skilled. But the question is, how can we provide this knowledge? What would be the pedagogy, modus operandi? Yes. You can speak on the mic.
Thank you so much for the question. I thought that my whole paper was trying to tell you how we can use this pedagogy in the current system. So as I said, when we need to have the students, this whole idea of adhikarin, where you see the capability of the student to develop the passion in the student, which, for example, Dayanivas sir was talking about, that this whole commerce, what you are talking about in the CA classes, you have to go back and do it in the class 10th and 11th or 11th and 12th. The passion would arise there when you try to build up that system right there and make the student capable. The other one is, we must understand, when we have so many books available everywhere, there has to be a distinction between good books, what we need to pick up and what we do not need to pick up. Sometimes we also need to understand that this is important for my passion and this is not important for my passion. That kind of a skill, also a soft skill, as sir was saying, needs to be developed in the student. And that we can do in the day-to-day learning that we do in our classrooms, also at our homes. Also, I was just thinking after coming back, as the sir was talking about his daughter, look at it, she's following the same thing. The passion in class 10th, she's telling you Nitya Anitya Vastu Vivek. She has demarcated what she wants to do and what she doesn't want to do. She has the passion and she's working on it, and she's getting into a dialogue. The dialogue is very important in today's world. This whole issue of mental health that we face, or we are seeing in the students and the professionals, is because of the lack of dialogue. We must learn to have this dialogue. And when we learn to have the dialogue, there would be contradictions. But then you will learn to come to a position and you will learn to appreciate the passion of each of the parties. So when your student comes to you, as PC Jain sir was saying, that we don't listen to the student, the dialogue has to be there. We have to listen to the student also. There would be contradictions, but then we need to move forward. So the pedagogy is right here. This teacher, I can't, for example, just to take the name, I go back and say that I attended this summit, attended so many lectures, I become knowledgeable in commerce and finance. I'm sorry. If I'm doing that, I'm committing a great mistake. I should not be doing that. And also, when we, as the scholars, as the researchers, as the professors, as the teachers, we must understand new education policy gives us a scope to learn together. The technology, I'm not good at it. You just saw that I was not good at kind of, doing the slide thing. I have to learn. I must understand my own shortcomings. So when I'm in a class of students full of these technocrats, I have to learn from them. And I have no problem in learning that. These are the kind of pedagogy which both the sides need to understand, the teacher, the student, both. And I hope I did answer.
Okay, couple of more questions. In your experience so far, ma'am, are most of the stakeholders taking cue from mythology? Is it the training or interest of the stakeholders? And a related question, does NEP 2020 mention about learning methodology from mythology?
Well, in NEP, there is a value-added course. And even if you look at the, especially for the University of Delhi syllabus, if you look at it, we have a value-added course. There are varieties, more than 24. Most of these take something from our ancient wisdom. Please understand one thing. I'm not saying ape our things which were there in the past or from the rest of the world. Aping the novelty is more important. And our job is to see what novelty can we get from our ancient system and pick it in the current system, okay? This idea of novelty, which must come as an intuitive realization. And for that, you must listen. We must listen, have the faith and listen. And then when that novelty comes, we'll be able to move forward. So the stakeholders are actually looking at getting this novelty from the ancient tradition and using it in the contemporary society. So for example, my kudos to the whole team here. They decided to get philosophy and psychology as a value-added course. Never in my dreams I thought. And when I was asked to kind of participate in the syllabus making process, I was like, that was a very noble experience. In fact, this topic which came to me is also very, very noble. I didn't know it, but I had to think, what could I give to you? These are not the papers that I'm teaching, but then I had to think, what could I do? I had to kind of think, reflect. There were contradictions. As I told you, I was nervous. What am I going to talk to you people? And then I understood that there has to be a common ground. It's a system of dialogue. And the system of dialogue, as Sir was saying, negotiation is nothing but a system of dialogue. But negotiation is not where you're trying to put down the other person. You try to put down your ancient civilization, try to talk good about contemporary times, or putting down your contemporary time. That's not going to work. Both of us are aiming at truth.
Okay, final set of questions. Do you think it's important? Yes, sir.
You know what mythology will bring in a person, which is very, very, very important, is the happiness, the purpose of life, the drive of working will be more. You know, after I have read those mythology, then I said, what is my purpose? Then I realized, okay, I have worked in the institute for 18 years as a council member. If I want to do something, and if that is my passion, then I decided, okay, I will come back. So that drive, happiness, and passion, that comes from mythology, that comes from Vedas, and that will make a person, you know, to create big dreams. So like Dhirubhai Ambani working in a small petrol pump, normally a person will think, you know, I will have a petrol pump maybe 10 times bigger. Like I did a work in S.V. Gatalia and Company, where foreign magazines used to come, and if the book which is purchased yesterday and today is a new edition, then yesterday's book was discarded. I picked up the same habit. I had imagined that I will have an office like what Mr. S.V. Gatalia had, 2000 square, and I had that. So Dhirubhai dreamed, you know, I will have a largest factory in the world which makes petrol, and he did that. So mythology we must teach, and that will bring a fire in that person, fire in the belly to work.
Okay. So
and distinction of right and wrong.
So final round of questions. This time we'll begin with you, Adukya sir, and then Bindu ma'am, you can add. All of these questions are related. One, do you think it's important for humanity to distinguish between mythology or history? Two, would the difference be the evidence? If yes, what could be the possible research areas for young generation today that they could work on to find that evidence? And like they showed in the film Ram Setu, since it was mentioned in the opening context, they say if you want to prove Ram, let's also look at proving Ravan. And then it dates back to 7,000 years. So if we have to get the evidence, can we go back and get the evidence that existed thousands of years back? Sir.
To me,
Yes.
I was thinking Madam will answer this.
So some opening remarks and then Madam can answer.
No, Madam, you can answer,
Okay.
then I'll get a.
Okay. See, I started my paper with something where I said that the debate, whether mythology is a narrative of real incidents or not, is something where I would like to remain silent. I'm not a Buddha, not as a philosopher, I'm a student of philosophy. But this is a question for me, which is irrelevant right now. What the purpose for me is, what I can learn from here. This could be best. I'm not a historian. I'm not from that. I'm not even an archaeologist. I'm just a student of philosophy. And I pick up the philosophical aspects from there. So this is a question which I would say, muh band hai mera, main silent rahungi. Buddha's silence over it. But of course, as I said, that this doesn't mean that question is unnecessary. Buddha doesn't say that metaphysical questions need not be answered, but he thought that's not something which you should be answering. For me, I would say it is beyond my expertise. I'm not an apta purush for this. This is for history and archaeologists to talk about. I will not be able to answer this, okay? So you'll have to excuse me from this part. However, I will still emphasize, and that is mythology. And when I say mythology, I'm not saying the stories. Stories are used as the tools of persuasion given in the mythology. The themes that are there are much relevant today also. And I will pick up one more story to substantiate my point. I was talking about Milind Panho, the dialogue between King Milind and Nagasen. And in that, the distinction or the uses of reasoning and wisdom has been explained. Reasoning is, of course, tark, bahut sara tark de. But how does Nagasen explain wisdom and reasoning? Reasoning bahut zyada hai, lekin wisdom kab aata hai? And he takes the example of the barley reaper. So when you see in the fields, how do they do? एक हाथ से bunch पकड़ा बार्ले का, दूसरे हाथ से काट दिया. So reasoning is grasp your mind, and wisdom is when you know when to say no, okay, or to leave behind your failures. So this is one thing which we need to learn from our mythology. Thank you.
So one final question, Aduke sir. The question is that can we practically implement the principles described in mythology in commerce education as well?
100%. And in fact, all those principles, what we are talking, Adrian Cadbury and all that, it has come from mythology. If we see how Rama ruled, how other mythology descriptions are there. So the principles of governance, principle of wisdom, principles of courage, principle of optimism, principles of how to expand and do a multiplications, all these. And therefore, when I was saying ki all these inventions which have happened have initial seeds has been from mythology. And maybe earlier question, madam, what I think what I have understood the question is mythology correct? It is 100% correct because now I have a lot of interest. So I visit those sites. I visited this Kurukshetra where Lord Krishna gave the whole Bhagavad Gita Updesh, and there are in-laws of Ravan, who still on Dasara day they cry in that particular city. So if we have a faith and objective, because we are going as a rational person, we are not going as a. So I see a truth in mythology.
Thank you very much. This session. Yeah, sure, ma'am.
See, I have been getting this question about mythology. I believe mythology is a mirror of our culture. It gives you a sense of belongingness. And how it gives me a sense of belongingness, I am from philosophy background, entirely different background. It's mythology, the topic, which gets me here, and I feel a sense of belongingness here. This is what mythology can do to all of us. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the idea there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The whole world is one happy family. Surely this has been a very thought-provoking session. Thank you to both of you. I request CA Rajkumar Adukia, sir, Central Council Member ICI, to present the distinguished speaker a memento of gratitude. Thank you very much. Ms. Bindu Das, Associate Professor, Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. So what we have witnessed in this session is an elegant blend of commerce and philosophy. And like Bindu ma'am said, the lines could be blurring. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So we'll set things up. What's coming up next in a minute is a riveting panel discussion that you cannot afford to miss. The topic of discussion is how we can integrate university education along with chartered accountancy professional course. So we've got the distinguished panelists right here. I'll introduce you to them in just a bit. But before that, a quick announcement that we have this poster which says Department of Commerce, University College of Commerce and Business Management, Osmania University, Hyderabad, is going to organize All India Commerce Postgraduates Meet. It's coming up this month itself, right after the Republic Day, 27th and the 20th of January. So if you want to get hold of this poster, you can grab your copy from the reception desk. And all the best, Osmania University, for this event. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Right then, shall we move to the panel discussion? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the panelists. We have amongst us CA Ved Jain, Past President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you very much, sir. Our direct tax luminary, Ved sir, is here as part of the panel. We'll also like to welcome Mr. Kuldeep Dagar. He represents the Association of Indian Universities. Thank you very much, Kuldeep ji. Kuldeep ji heads the Internationalization of Higher Education and Equivalence of Foreign Qualification Division at the AIU. In just a bit, we'll also be joined by Dr. Archana Thakur, Joint Secretary with the University Grants Commission. And to moderate this panel discussion, may I invite CA Vishal Doshi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies Academic, ICI. So the topic, of course, is integration of university education and professional education of chartered accountancy way forward. A warm welcome, everyone. First and foremost, I request CA Vishal Doshi to please welcome our panelists with a book. First, we'd like to present the book to CA Ved Jain ji, Past President, ICI. Sir, the book is titled The Professional. It's by Subruto Bagchi. Thank you, Ved sir. We'd like to welcome Mr. Kuldeep Dagar, representing the Association of Indian Universities, with a book bouquet. I now hand it over to the moderator, Vishal sir, to take the proceedings forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amit ji. And a very good afternoon, one and all. Once again, I am privileged to be on the dais interacting with you all. And we are going to have a session in a very different way. Since yesterday we have been having presentations on various topics. And this session is actually a panel discussion where we have our revered past president Ved Jain sir, and we also have Mr. Kuldeep Dagarji from the AIU, the Association of Indian Universities, and shortly we would be joined by Archana ji from the UGC. So friends, the topic for discussion that we have in this panel is about integration of university education and professional education of chartered accountancy, the way forward. Many times when we interact with students, with academicians, and even with chartered accountant members, this is a question that has normally been posed before us, that how best we can facilitate the integration of university with the professional education, that ultimately it is for the benefit of students. So what we will do is that first we will ask the panelists to give their views, their opening remarks on this subject, on the topic. then I have a few questions. I'll ask them a couple of questions, and then we would request the audience to ask the questions to the panelists. We would like the audience participation also to make this session successful. So first, I would like to invite Kuldeep ji for his opening remarks on the subject.
Good morning. I'm Kuldeep Dagar, representing Association of Indian Universities. Though my Secretary General, Dr. Mittal, was supposed to be here, but then at the last minute, he's not feeling well. So I would be doing whatever justice I can do with this panel. I had equivalence of foreign qualification and internationalization division at Association of Indian Universities, and have been part of some of these, part of some of these deliberations on integration of vocational and formal education system. And in fact, this is the right time that we are discussing this, when the NEP has opened so many avenues to integrate. I mean, so far we've been working in silos in terms of, as a nation, we have done excellent work in terms of single stream institutions, whether it's a premium institutions like IITs, IIMs, or the professional qualification which ICI or many other bodies are doing. But NEP has kind of given us a mandate to reimagine how the education should be imparted. In fact, the NEP is so student-centric that now, post announcement of NEP in 2020, you all might have observed that all the regulations, policies which are being framed, they see the education system as one whole and not in the pieces. The National Curriculum Framework, which was announced, in fact, right from school education to higher education, it encompasses all kind of education, be it professional education or formal education or any other professional education. And the National Higher Education Qualification Framework and National Vocational and Skill Qualification Framework, they all have been integrated under this one umbrella called National Credit Framework. The National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which is also being developed by UGC, it was there in public domain to seek the input. Maybe it would be announced soon. That also, in a way, enables a student to move between formal education and vocational education horizontally and vertically. So, in my views, and which are based on the various provisions and recommendation of National Education Policy, the university, the ultimate goal of the education is to, for the well-being of the individual, society, nation, or planet as a whole. And the university's education is about enabling an individual to strive for well-being and excellence, for his own well-being, for the well-being of the society, for the nation and the planet. So broadly, the university education system could be categorized into two things. One is to develop generic abilities. So when I say generic abilities, I mean to say his critical thinking, innovation, his communication skills, ethics, values, all those things. And the second component of the university education system is the professional competency. So that is about, if we see the university education could be categorized under these two things. Now, if we talk about the professional accountancy, probably we are doing a phenomenal job in terms of making a student or a chartered accountant job ready. But probably the first aspect, which is about the developing that generic ability, is somewhere not given that kind of weightage. If we can bring the two, integrate the two in this ecosystem which is developing around integration of this formal and vocational education system, I think it would be a good thing for from the student point of view. He would be the beneficiary, and that is what the ultimate goal of the NEP is, which is a student-centric policy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kuldeep ji. Now I would request Ved Jain sir to please give his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, friends. It's a pleasure to be here on talking about an interesting issue, integration of university education and the professional education of chartered accountancy. Therefore, as I see, when we talk of integration of university education, probably we are talking of commerce education, because integration with the chartered accountancy is the integration of a commerce education with the chartered accountancy professional educations. What is the meaning of the commerce educations, and from where we got this idea that there should be an education in commerce? I believe it is a trade, commerce and industry which felt the need that there should be people having skill, aptitude, knowledge in commerce, and that education need to be provided. So commerce education is meant for the trade, industry and commerce. And why we need trade, industry and commerce? Because in case we want a welfare of the society, that's the economy, and economy has to grow. And if economy has to grow, then trade, commerce, industry has to grow. And trade, commerce, industry can grow only when we have people who have knowledge, skill and aptitude in the that subject. Before coming to this hall, I was just wondering, and I just asked Mr. Vishal Doshi also, somebody has talked about the history of this commerce and how it had developed. I believe commerce education, as we see people start learning driving, one driver makes another to learn. In old days, one munim used to teach the junior munim how to do accounting and how to do it. And my research says the first structure agenda of commerce education came in Madras, the Chennai now, way back in 1896, when they started a commercial institute. And thereafter, there is a college, Presidency College came in Calcutta in 1903. And then, of course, in Mumbai, Sydenham College, let's say 1912. And thereafter, of course. Today, now we have almost 1,000 universities spread across India. And by and large, all universities are having course curriculum on commerce education, such issue. But what we are teaching and what is the need of the hour, is there a gap? And if there is a gap, how we can bridge that gap? Each university, I believe, each institute has got its own expertise, but may not be having that expertise which is in the other area which others may be having. And the Institute of Chartered Accountant, though officially came into existence in 1949, but I believe the seeds were sown in 1934 when some first act was passed. So now the institute has also come a long way, and CA course is called a professional course, whereas a BCom or MCom is called an academic course. Do we really believe that BCom or MCom, which is being taught in college and university, is really a academic course, or is a professional course? That's I think, issue which we need to address on that issue. And when a student gets, I think, a degree in commerce or a post-graduation in commerce, what for he is there and what he is looking for? As I said in the beginning, the objective of commerce education is skill, aptitude, knowledge for trade, commerce, and business industry. Meaning thereby that that youth which gets education in commerce is supposed to develop and go, maybe self-employed, maybe in whatever role he will be, but he will be associated with the business also. It's not limited to accountancy, let me say only, because the trade commerce is not only accounting, it goes beyond that also. And that education, etc., what we are delivering, now that has to be leveraged in a manner that that person who get an educated youth really becomes an employable youth. That's why the need of the hour is integration, where whatever is being taught in the college or the university, that youth which is coming out, though educated, having a degree of graduation, having a post-graduation degree of MCOM, but he get converted into an employable youth, where the industry business feel, yes, here is a person who can serve it, help me out on that issues. And that's why there is a need that there should be an integration. And I will say, though, of course, I am the past president and I have the privilege, or of course, maybe a bias, that Institute of Chartered Accountant of India will be the best to bring around and everyone on this table and to work for a common agenda in the overall interest of the education, overall interest of the nation and the society. Now, 1,000-odd universities spread across India, if they come together and institutes work as a coordinator, I will not say as an umbrella, but as a coordinator, and try to work out that what we have learned in the past and what is the need of the hour in the future. As I see, life is always dynamic. It cannot be static. What was yesterday important may not be relevant today. And what is relevant in future, we may not be knowing, and we need to find out and carry out an innovation and to meet the challenges which is coming now. Now the globalization has happened. Pandemic has given us the new area that you can have e-learning, distance learning, all technology has come up. And in that direction, I believe the challenges which have come up in the particularly college education, university education, of course, institute education also, is that how do we keep our course curriculum updated? Updated means what was being taught yesterday may not be relevant or may have become now a primary, but we need to move at an advanced stage. And if that be the case, then research has to be carried out. Work has to be carried out, that integration will happen across the university. And here I take a cue that the way what we call standards are developed over a period. And if you see in accounting, auditing, so many standards have been developed, which you call accounting standard, auditing standard. There can be a standard of education that this is the benchmark of syllabus, this need to be taught. This is the area which how it will be taught. So spread across India, all commerce graduate or all postgraduates, we can know, yes, they have a common standard and they have aptitude of that level. And those educated youth become really employable. And how that can be achieved? When all sit together, work out a common syllabus and the way methodology. Because once you have worked out the need of the hour, what is being desired by the industry, trade, or economics, what is the need, then you need to work it out in what manner this is to be delivered, what technology has to be given, what technology aptitude has to be given, and then at the same time, how to develop the faculty which can deliver and which can talk to the students and work with the students. Now, integration, then this, the most important aspect, which my sentence says, educated to youth, to employable youth, will to make a practical training important aspect. And in that area, I was just wondering on one side what we can be doing is, if you look at all other courses which are being run, whatever the courses may be, even now universities have program where there's summer training program. So in case we believe, do I agree that BCom and MCom by and large will be an academic education, and we are removing a professional. Some student may like to become a chartered accountant, some may like to become a cost accountant, somebody will like company secretary, somebody will like to do business, somebody may like to go to economics, somebody like to go to management. But practical experience, if we can integrate between these MCom and first common syllabi, so standardization, delivery mechanism standardize, the methodology what we do is that standardize, IT knowledge, That is standardized. Faculty standardized. I know that this is the education training program, because faculty continuous training program is also very important aspect. And then ICI, I think, can take a coordination to work in the industry. How do they conduct the continuous education program for the faculty also? But for students, integration with the professional course can happen in case university or colleges can make a beginning by having a summer training program, whereby how we can do it. I believe in each university and colleges, by and large, after the examination and before the next semester starts, there's a gap of 1 month to 2 months. And in during that period, a student can be asked, go to an education, go to a professional firm, whatever the way you choose, go to an industry, whatever it is, have a 15 days or 2 week, 3 week summer training program in the aspect on that way. And that can lead you. Now, I believe even chartered accountancy professions spread across India is more than 350,000. 350,000 chartered accountants spread across India. So much economies are growing at it. If they come across and they go get a training every semester, now I believe universities also followed semester system. So BCom will be 6 semester or 8 semester, depending upon 3 years or 4 years course. Now, whatever is coming, the new education policy, that can happen. And this will be now need of the hour to meet the competition. If some of you would have read the newspaper yesterday, you would have got a news. I believe many of the participants here may be from the university and college. Now, foreign university centers will be allowed in India. Campus centers, I believe yesterday there was, and draft regulations have been put on the website, I believe. And 16 January is the last date to submit comments. And thereafter, I think those regulations will be notified. And from next semester onwards, I can see from April and May this year, you will find many global universities or colleges coming here in India and asking students to join their courses in Korea. Why not Indian universities, Indian colleges? I have always been of the view as a president of the institute, before somebody encroach upon my area, I should be prepared to encroach upon. I should say, as an Indian college, Indian university, my reputation will be such, I will be so much cost efficient. I will be so much better place asking students from other countries to join my courses and to work with me on these courses. There is no reason why we can't do it. And that's why I say integration of, when we call of a university education with a professional education, I believe that will be a great, great beginning. And all we can come together and work together on that part. There is no reason why we cannot do it and why we cannot convert the entire youth, but we country in an employable youth. Keeping in mind what I say, our great vision, but we are talking about the way Indian economy is growing up, and people say the next at least 2-3 decades belong to India. And if we really going to be what we are talking about, a $5 trillion economy or $6 trillion economy, that can happen only when we have these educated youth as an employable youth, because these youth will be the driving force for the Indian economy growth. That is we are saying. Thank you, friends.
Yeah, thank you, sir. From the opening remarks, what we could judge is that one is what, sir, you mentioned about university education being for the well-being excellence with respect to self and the society, and to develop the generic abilities as well as professional competency, and chartered accountancy is to make the student job ready. And also Vijay sir mentioned that the university education are typically as an academic course, whereas the chartered accountancy is a professional course. Broadly, when we look from what I believe is that when we talk of education, be it university or be it the chartered accountancy, we can dissect that into different, I would say, processes. Like we have the syllabus, we have the examination, we have the teaching methodologies, and we have the skill development, or I would say practical training or experience. So, sir, where do you feel in what, when we talk of these four, these are the broad categories which I could visualize as, making as the process for the education. Where do you feel that the integration can be made, and maybe in the priority also, that where we should try to integrate first and how we can enable that.
Okay. So, as I said, and sir kind of endorsed that, in university education system, if we talk about probably our universities, if they lack at some point of time, is that the practical aspect and the training aspect of, we are good in probably imparting the theoretical knowledge, but the practical component is somehow missing. And from the chartered accountant point of view, probably you can bring that to the table, so that the two aspects which I talked about, one is the generic abilities and the professional competency. So in fact, they complement, so it will be mutually benefit for both the universities and because as I see, the university graduate are also kind of, they are the pathway for those who pursue CA qualifications. So in fact, it reminds me of the case wherein the Australian, so there was some mutual recognition of qualification, some talk were there with between India and Australia, and the Australia raised this point that at some point of time they invited a lot of CA to come and work in Australia, but then probably they have to do some extra courses there to actually do the professional accountancy. But a lot of them have landed up there and they are doing non-accountancy work. And probably if you see the things which is covered in entire CA thing is the first generic ability which I talked about. Probably that component is not given that kind of weightage, whereas in university education system, the practical aspect probably is missing somewhere. So in a way, they both complement each other. And as Sir Mr. Jain brought out very clearly, like there are various levels at which this integration can happen. It could be jointly developing the curriculum. And as such, the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which though is not in public domain, also kind of lays emphasis on a student going for the practical aspects, say as a part of their a journey towards becoming a graduate or postgraduate. So these are the things where, I mean, we can really, explore to integrate the two.
Yeah. We welcome Madam Archana Thakurji from the UGC. And friends, special thanks to Archana ji that she's not been keeping good health, but actually I can say that because of all of us, we have her, she's here and we forced her to be here. To be honest, thank you, ma'am, for being amongst us. And we just started the deliberations with respect to integration of the university education and the professional education of chartered accountancy. And what we deliberated is that the university education is a professional course vis-a-vis, academic course vis-a-vis the chartered accountancy being the professional course. So we would just like to request you to give your opening thoughts on the subject about the integration.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all of the dignitaries and my friends who are sitting over here. Sorry for coming a little late because, today suddenly my throat was not working and I had little mild fever. So I called them, but they said that this is a open forum and then, your deliberations would be really beneficial for the stakeholders present over here. So I made up my mind and I came, and in the way it was so much of jam. I don't know, because of Saturday. So I was a little late. So kindly excuse me for that. And then it's a pleasure to be here in front of you. And on behalf of UGC, as you all know that National Education Policy, it was inaugurated in July 2020. And now it's been like more than 2.5 years that we have been working on it. And UGC has been working on it since inception. You all know that we are coming out with many regulations and many deliberations on it. And it's a wonderful part to understand how the education system will align with NEP, and then how it will be imparted to you. And your forum is today about the National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy, which is organized by the Institute, and it has a vision and mission to become world leading accounting body with cutting edge in research and development. So, this has a stand and this has a motto of accountancy and commerce as a subject and as leaders in that. And here in India, we know that this is an integral part into any ecosystem or any education sector. It has an objective to standardize the commerce and accountancy education by content development, online lectures, faculty development programs, and academic cooperation with the universities. I must tell you that still we are lagging behind to get good person in accountancy and commerce in the universities and also in the industry and other places, because this is something which is very valuable to have the structure of the system in the society. So it has a very important part, and we have different schools imparting this type of education, and it is no more restricted. This accounting education is no more restricted to the traditional accounting. Rather, it has been incorporated with e-commerce and software-based accounting curriculum. This advanced and technical accounting knowledge and skills have made the students more professional in their career. And I told you about the content development, and we have been promoting MOOCs and other content development ideas, wherein we have still less content developed in the area of accountancy and commerce. So this needs to be more put into the open forum and put more deliberations, and good quality should come up. And I would stress a need for good curriculum and content development, both going hands in hands, as we are lacking behind. And since India is growing and we are now celebrating G20 and University Connect is there, we started the program on 1st of December with the G20 program. UGC has initiated this, and now we are going to celebrate it across 75 universities in the country. So we need content and also the curriculum development in this commerce and accounting programs, wherein the student should be apprised with the latest of the development, what is happening international and as well as in the national arena. And if I'm not wrong, then accounting education in India emphasizes on financial accounting and cost accounting, while in America, the emphasis is on cost and management accounting. So, there is somewhere the gap. We have done a survey, and then we have also seen the curriculum also. So that gap has to be filled. And since you have come from academic body and this is an education summit, so you need to look on all the four aspects: financial, cost accounting, the cost management, and other, though comprehensive in-house training in the Japanese system is in a better position to produce accountants capable of adapting to the accounting system to the different work situation, which results from technological changes and automation. So, we are growing, and the need is to develop a good and automated system of commerce and accountancy. So it is, I would request all the professionals and all the leading persons sitting here to encourage the change in accounting curriculum, and the accounting education as a whole is still in need to reform, so that it is proved to be more effective in reducing the unemployment. Remember, unemployment is the major motto what we are addressing, and also to face the present challenges of the global economy in the field of business and industry. And it is not a hidden fact that we have increased globally, and we are progressing far in a faster trend as from past few years. And as a part of summit, I must say that we have around 60% of global population, and there are challenges in meeting the aspirations of the students for different course curriculum, and particular in commerce and accountancy also. For the last 2 years, UGC is working on lots of regulations and educational reforms in higher education system. And since the advent of national education policy, we are bound and we are committed to meet the aspirations of the students and the institutes. We are bringing out flexibility and freedom to the students so that they can realize their aspiration. As they can have their aspirations. We have introduced, you must be aware about the multidisciplinary holistic education in our system, and we are working on teachers' capability, increasing the governance system, improving the research system and innovation ecosystem. So I would request all of you to have innovation in the ecosystem of accounting. Sorry, I had to take water because my throat is not bad. Yeah, it's bad actually. So, I would to innovation ecosystem in the institutes in the area of accountancy and commerce, and providing better quality of education through better accreditation system and assessment and access equity, affordability for future readiness are the points where we are working, where UGC is working. And we have also reproduced and given out guidelines in this regards. Important amongst that is the digital empowerment. And we are working towards the production of a digital university, and also to building skill centers across the institutes to empower the students. So, the skill centers and can be built up in the areas of commerce and accountancy, so that the global students can be a global need of the education system can be imparted. We are also working towards internationalization of education. We are catalysts and facilitators to bring the international education by inviting foreign universities in campuses in India. Just 2 days back, we have released the regulation, the draft regulation, wherein we have given, it's a very brief and very prescriptive draft regulation, wherein UGC has invited the foreign universities, which are in top 500, to open their campuses in India. And these campuses can be in the area of finance, they can be in the area of technology and finance, media, digital marketplace, business analytics, and science and engineering, and in different aspects. So the education is not only since our children, they go abroad and then there they go for the studies and other things for their future plan. So with this, the advent of this regulation, we have opened the gates for the foreign universities to open their campuses in India, and they can, and you all can be a bridge, or you can facilitate them to open the courses in commerce and accountancy. So this is also one of the important field wherein we can promote the education in commerce and accountancy. So a few European universities have already agreed, and also we are in touch with top ambassadors and different different countries who are willing to open the campuses in India. So you can ask them if they are in touch with you to open the courses for accountancy and very bad cold. So accounting education is the core stream in the business and industry. So all the education institutions must provide specialized accounting education in both under graduation and for the post-graduation level. And the professional institutions should follow a course curriculum that will help the professionals to face the changing scenario. So the curriculum designing is very important. The opening of the foreign campuses is very, very important. And the accounting specialists from different universities should be consulted in order to upgrade the accounting education in different educational institutes prior to the commencement of the course curriculum, so that a uniform course curriculum can be prevailed in the accounting education in India. that is also very important, because the uniformity should be there in lines with the changing market and the international scenario. The restructuring of accounting education is a priority, as it can be further utilized by the accounting professionals from primary level to the complete global scenario. Some specialized courses should be introduced, some short-term bridge courses should be introduced in the accounting education in order to face the emerging challenges of business and industry in the liberalized area. There should be an industry and institution interface. Again, university industry interface should be there, and cooperation in order to upgrade the accounting education in India and to enable the students of accounting education to be more professional, which will further create employability. And our ultimate, the end product of all the reaction is to have employability and good structure in the accounting and commerce field. So online lectures should also be organized in order to tackle the situation similar to that what happened during the pandemic. So this forum is, this platform is a very good platform for accounting education, about to make it as a global phenomena. And there is one global accounting model, then it should ensure that it meets all the needs of the businesses in the society in all jurisdiction and all cultures of all the world, religion, and all the aspects of the economic forum of the world. And accounting professional and academicians have to be in hand for analyzing and critiquing the account of curricula, and to understand the accounting education, to come out with different models and come out with significant changes with what the future accountant will perceive or receive in lines of NEP and the emerging needs of businesses. However, the changes are often very difficult, and lack of discussion about teaching and curriculum is a significant barrier to the change for many accounting educators. So accounting educators should typically discuss the research with the colleagues to a commonplace, comfortable endeavor, imperative that discussion about curriculum, pedagogy, what are the learning outcomes, how the learning are far or less comfortable, and how it is bringing out employability and other changes in the society. So this is very important for the students also. It must be imparted to the students at different stages when they are in the secondary education, undergraduate, and the postgraduate education in different universities and colleges and professional institutes. And in the era of globalization and liberalization of business and industry has to face many challenges, as you know better than me. And then the satisfaction of the challenges like upgradation of the technology, reduction of cost and quality improvement, satisfaction of the customer, and outsourcing techniques. All these things, you all know it very well. And you have to upgrade your curriculum, your education system to a standard level to face the challenges and fulfill the needs of the business and the industry in India. And also, I would request you to be in the lines of NEP for the course curriculum development, to develop the content and to invite global universities which are in top 500 to open their campuses. And then some courses and curriculum can be developed wherein the students can get their admission by staying in India and studying in the foreign universities only. And I would request all of you to see our new regulations, which was just launched 2 days back, and give their opinion on that. So with these words, I just make a break on my speech today, and I wish you all the best, and go ahead and really give more output towards some innovative work in the commerce and accounting education. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thoughts. Ma'am, we would just like to share that in this NES-CA, yesterday with the Honorable Minister of State, we have released Exemplar, which is an initiative from the ICAI to partner with the various universities and colleges, where we have suggested a model curriculum for class 11, 12, and the undergraduate, the semesters and all. And we are going to hand over to all the universities. So that is the first step towards what you mentioned with standardization of the course contents between the university education as well as the professional education. And so we will look forward for guidance from the UGC also on how we can take it forward. Another request on behalf of the ICI, ma'am, you mentioned that as you are aware, ICI is a partner in nation building. And when you mentioned about the G20 initiative of partnering with 75 universities, we would be interested in partnering with UGC and extending our support in that initiative with the 75 universities. Wherever you feel appropriate, we would always be there to work along with you. So taking it forward to Jain ji, sir, your thought on I would say first thing is that when we talk of the university education, it is a college-based education, whereas our professional education is a distance learning education. And second is that where do you feel we can start with the integration and the way forward? And then I would come to Kuldeep sir just to top up on what he had mentioned earlier. He had a couple of more thoughts on that, and then to you, sir.
I believe there's no difference what we teach student, whether it is university or a college or as a professional education. When you were posing this question, I was wondering, don't we think that in university and colleges, we also give practical training to the student? I myself is a science graduate, biologist graduate. And I believe in each college, there's a physics department, there is a chemistry department when they're teaching science. And in biology, there is a botany department, geology department. And there are laboratories where students carry out experiments. Physics also, chemistry also, chemical and in beakers, etc., pipette, what we call it. And in geology, we have a dissection of the frog or all things to make the student to learn. That is a practical experience. Can be a science graduate without being in the computer or within the science lab, physics lab, or a chemistry lab. Similarly, I believe commerce is the same thing. When we teach a student in commerce, just giving a knowledge in the book, I believe there is a gap, but we are finding it out. Now, see computers also. Can you make a student to learn computer without having a computer lab? I don't think we can do it. The idea is to integrate. When we talk of professional, I believe the question is, profession is not a different what we were teaching. Ultimately, the objective is to make a student not only educated, but employable youth. He must be employable and he must become productive. So that's the objective and what we should try to achieve. And that's what my vice chairman says, Mr. Doshi says on that point. Let us come together, all together, commit, and we can work together, have a common syllabus developed, delivery system delivered, make it sure that it is a standardized delivery system. And then we have a good faculty which can deliver it. And then we have the best tools, IT training, etc. to the student, so that the product which comes out from the university or from the college is becomes an employable youth. And then he can branch out to whichever area he wants to specialize. You want to become an accountant, go to a chartered accountancy. You want to become a company secretary, he can go to company secretary, cost accountant, economist, or management. Wherever he wants to go, he can go ahead on that basis. So idea is, when we talk of integration, we can come together. And that's why you have rightly said that Institute of Chartered Accountants spread across India now, 350,000 student members. It can be a summer training program for the student. They can go there, or there can be a faculty used from the institute to bring together, and they can be visiting lecturer or something like this. That mechanism can be different.
Yeah, thank you, Jain sir. Deepji, some additional inputs.
Yeah,
thoughts?
so to your last question, I'll respond. So there are two ways I can see, and some of the foreign universities are doing it, say University of London. So when we talk about ACCA, this is a similar kind of body there. So we come across a lot of case studies wherein, so their qualifications are accepted by the universities in the form of number of credits, and the universities make them do some extra modular courses and they can be awarded a degree. So in fact, the present load, some of them, so this is a big time and again, approach various regulatory bodies that if they want to pursue doctorate, then their present qualification should be mapped with some qualification so that they can continue in their education. So that is one way to address a larger population of CAs who really want to pursue doctorate programs. So if the universities feel that on similar model, they can accept those qualifications, and if required, they can do extra. Though there are certain regulations of UGC also, wherein now the CA, I believe, pursued after graduation is considered as equivalent to master degree, and they can join PhD programs. So that is one way of going about it. The second way is that we integrate right from the beginning, and we consider, say, CA Foundation or CA Intermediate or CA Final as we map it with the existing framework which is developed as per NEP, wherein it talks about certain number of learning hours and the associated credit. And it would be a pathway program that way that, a student, after completing so many hours of learning, so that can be worked out whether it will have what component of theory and practical, or the internship or RT-ship, something of that nature which is used. So that can be mapped with the existing framework. And then suppose, so it's a student finally, I mean, he should not be deprived. So if I'm a aspirant and I want to pursue, say, I want to be CA qualified, CA final something, and in between I lose steam and I want to exit from this and want to go into different discipline. So it's not that I should not be losing my entire effort, and at least whatever levels of knowledge and skill which I have acquired should be mapped or converted into some form of qualification, so that it can be used to pursue further education. So these are the two ways we can integrate the two things.
Yeah. Just we have received a few questions from the audience also. So, ma'am, one question that whether there can be an arrangement, again, it's an open question, where ICI makes like 3 compulsory courses, 1 per year, which may be on a self-paced online module sort of with proctored mode of exam and all, ensuring some basic minimum standards, across the universities when we talk of the BCom or any undergraduate. And then a degree would be awarded, subject to clearance of these 3 courses, which ICI would make arrangements with the various universities. So that would be something like short-term certificate courses, which would enable or empower the student to know something about the practical aspects of an income tax with respect to the return filing or something like that, or a GST related course or something like that. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have 3 observations in this. First one is that UGC has come up with academic bank of credit, wherein the credit of the student, whether he's just after 12th, when he enters into undergraduate level, what courses he's doing. So that needs to be seen into detail, because time is the limiting factor, and academic bank of credit, it is available on our website. So I would request all the institutions, heads of the institutions present over here, the faculty, teachers, and the students to see. And we had also a deliberation on academic bank of credit just 1 week back, and there is a video also on the website. So I would request all of you to see that. First thing is that. The second thing is that we have come up with one of the regulation, multiple entry and exit. So, somebody who is like what he said, that, a few certificate courses, or somebody who wants to exit in between the courses, and their credit should be carried forward. So for them, the credit and how the saving of the credits will be there, it's mentioned over there. So I would request you to see that also, multiple entry and exit guidelines or the regulations, which is on our website. The third thing is about designing of small skill program, with few credits, because now it's the world of credits. So whether you are going for certificate, degree, diploma, because UGC is concerned about degree courses, and then equivalence is provided by AIU, and we are also in the process of working for equivalence into the higher education system. So I would request that some small skill set job in line with Skill Sector Council or National Skill Qualification Framework, it should be developed with particular credit. Like you wanted to have some training for income tax or anything of finance, accounting. So that needs to be needs good deliberations with the professionals who are into that stream. Mr. Jain said that a science person can go for commerce and accountancy also. Yes, it's true, because for that also we have come up with multidisciplinary guidelines and regulations. So that also I would suggest you to read and then go through, because it is a holistic thing and lots of deliberations is required into that, because these are few things which we have come up after having lots of research on the student system, and also on what the Indian institutions need and how to afford quality education. So, 4 things: academic bank of credit, multiple entry and exit, and multidisciplinary education. And also for our National Higher Education Qualification Framework, one is there in the domain, UGC domain, and National Curriculum Framework is also about to come. So, you all please see that, because right now I can't, because, lots of things are mentioned over there, and how you are going to design with the credit, and how the credits can be transferred and how it can be saved. Like ABC is like a locker where the credit can be stored, and then the student doesn't need to get perturbed if he's switching from one course to another once. And also you said about the certificate and diploma are few things which are done by the students for a short term recognition in getting any job or something like that, but still that also can fetch some credits, and how it can get equated with our undergraduate or postgraduate system, and finally leading to a PhD also, if somebody wants to continue later on. So I would request these 4 documents to be seen and deliberated in detail. Maybe you can have a session in your institution and somebody can be invited. And as Mr. Jain said, anybody from any sector can come into that, because this is what now we are saying in public. We have come out with documents, and what we want, the education should not be in silos. It should not be within the system ki ek koi science padha to science ka hi vidwan raha. Aisi baat nahi hai. The thing is that I'm good in science. I'm basically a molecular biologist, but I like higher education. I want to study economics, because that is also needed. So if I want to do any course, so here the catch lies, and the transfer of credit and other things happen. And equivalence AIU is doing, and for some other, after some time, we'll also come up with a new program where we'll be into the equivalence system. So that needs to be deliberated upon. A good curriculum has to be designed, because that is lacking. When we were going through different programs of MOOCs and online courses also, because it should be available on open platform, where everybody, whosoever is desirable of having some knowledge about anything accountancy, suppose anybody wants to know ABC, they can see good online lectures from your sector. Then they can opt some course or certificate courses where they can go for further studies. So education should be made available for everybody, anybody, and anywhere where you like. So we are working towards that, and we have come up with beautiful regulations in this regard. So I would request all of you to kindly see this and then understand it, and then we can have more deliberations on that. I will request the Vice Chairman of BOSS to have more deliberations on the NEP documents, and then because it will give you clarity. If I say something right now, so because you have probably not gone through the document, it might lead to more of the confusion. So I would request you to go through these documents and then come out with some opinion which is really long lasting, and it is very education student friendly. So that is this.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. In fact, I would just like to share over here also that NEP 2020, yes, In fact, our CA curriculum is under revision, where we have taken cognizance of MDP 2020, which talks about multidisciplinary specialization, skill-based. And in fact, we have tried to, as an institution, reduce the burden of the examination by adding one more level, which is a self-paced online module level, which gives a lot of liberty for students also and a lot of flexibility also. So we are also, along with the UGC and the government, moving in that direction. With sir, the questions that have come and I'll ask specific with respect to the ICI. Will ICI be interested to collaborate with universities in granting exemption if ICI exemplar is followed in the UG/PG course? And attached to it, another question: is it possible to offer joint degree program with ICI and university that is as per mutually agreed terms?
I could not understand the second part. Can you comment?
Is it possible to offer a joint degree program of ICI with universities on mutually agreed terms?
I think interesting questions. Being the past president, I'm not in power, so I can't say comment on the first part also, but from my knowledge, but I gather it. See, every institution wants its credibility of the course which it is imparting. And it tries to ensure that the product which comes out meet the level of the knowledge, aptitude expected by the people who are going to be the user of that product. Now, in that direction, there is no issue. Now, ICI has made its own syllabus, curriculum, and the system, how it is to be delivered. And exemption is not, we do have system. If you join 10+2, then you have to do like this. If you join as a BCom, you have to like do this. But now the question which I believe you have in mind is that in case there is a commerce graduate from one particular university, college, etc., whatever it is, whether the ICI will like to collaborate and give an exemption that you need not read these subjects. I believe there will be no issue with the ICI, and ICI should be happy with this system. But the only condition will be that the education qualification on the basis of which that exemption is being sought is of the standard and the level which the ICI expects a student should have by that time. Now, take a case, if a student had read in a BCom one particular subject, say income tax, and now in the intermediate course of the ICI, there is also a paper on income tax. And there is an overlapping, what is being taught in BCom there and what is being taught here is the same. ICI should be happy to give the exemption. But that's why they say the syllabus of that education of BCom, etc., and the delivery and the standard being maintained in education is exactly the same level which the ICI expect. The challenge comes, India being a vast country, the level of education and the standard should come to of that level. So that's why what I said is there's a need to bring standardization in education across India amongst the various colleges and the universities. And how we can achieve is we have a first common syllabus. Yes, this is the syllabus. We all agree there can be a consensus, and UGC can be the leader in bringing out that consensus that this is the syllabus, you need to have it. And then the delivery, how it will be delivered. Faculty education, whatever it will be delivered. If that standard met, exemption can be given and collaboration can be given. Coming to the second part, I believe, your part is that can the institute and the university or college can come together to give a degree course, I believe. I believe in that part, university or institute role should be limited only to supporting it and helping it out and providing all support which you have academically or which you have otherwise infrastructure support. But ultimately, commerce education, BCom and MCom degree courses is the prerogative of the university and college, and ICI being a statutory body coming under the Parliamentary Act to regulate the profession of accountancy only. Probably commerce education giving degree may not come within the statute power which has been given to ICI. This is, I'm saying from my common knowledge, but being a accountancy profession body, it can always support, as you have rightly called this type of seminar and program, how to improve, how to bring standardization, how to bring coordination. And ICI having the good infrastructure, good coordination spread across India, so many members, so many students, I think that leads, because we have, as I said, 350,000 members and more than 800,000 students registered, which are doing chartered accountancy course. So the reach out is quite big. Coordination can be worked out, standardization can be worked out, but taking help and taking everybody along with the ICI.
Jain sir, one thing which Vishal has asked the question is one context. The other side of the coin is basically if a student completes intermediate, can the universities give exemption in writing their examination? Because the standard which example, a student of a CA who passes his intermediate exam, which is a level 2 exam, can he get certain exemptions back in the graduation?
I said, yes, he can get an exemption. There is no issue. But the
student from university.
From any chartered accountant, after getting intermediate, can get an exemption from the university. It can be reciprocal. There is no issue. See, I had the experience of having handling a mutual recognition agreement of the Institute of Chartered Accountant with the international bodies. Institute of Chartered Accountant of England and Wales, Institute of Chartered Accountant of Australia, Canada, etc. The system is the same. They say, please share your syllabus, please share your course curriculum, the delivery mechanism and examination system. And this is mine. If we agree, yes, this is something common, we will, yes, give a recognition. When we entered into an agreement with the England and Wales, I was overseeing that arrangement. England and Wales says, yes, 2 papers, I believe you need to, or your student should do. Having become a chartered accountant, we believe these are the areas which we say. When we went to Canada, they were entirely different. And that lady which were dealing with the Canadian Institute, she put me on the other side. The way she said there are 3 issues which are coming up. And we believe that these are the 3 differences. Subject to these differences, I will not like to enumerate what those differences are. We are ready that your member become my member of our institute. So now Indian Chartered Accountant can become member of the English Institute. They can become member of Australian Institute. They can become an English recognition. Similarly, as you rightly said, the chairman has rightly put it, in case a student has passed intermediate examination of the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, coordination can be worked out with the help of UGC or with taking everybody along. Look, these are the subjects which you are teaching. The student has passed this. This is the course curriculum which meets your requirement of BCom or MCom, this subject. In case a student want to come back and do it, as Madam rightly said, we are giving credit now. This is a credit which goes. If you have done Chartered Accountancy course, you have passed intermediate, these are the paper, you will get a credit. And if you go to BCom there, those credit will be given and rest of the paper you pass and you get a degree. I believe that's the idea.
Right now, I think this model is nowhere in India, but since you have given a good idea, so this can be worked out because, directly from intermediate to coming into this, for graduation level, you're telling, no? So
why I'm telling you, madam, this point is coming at this point. Points are, it is come in the credits, which you are talking of number of hours of learning or whatever the point they get in the credit. So the chartered accountancy course is actually tougher. So if I assign little higher points and that person completes that course, can he get that exemption? That was my point.
So yeah, I understand that, but that needs to be worked out because you have different scale, and then in the university it has a different scale. So wherever the equivalence or the the matchmaking is there, so the mapping should be done and it can be worked out with a committee.
Can I add one point here?
Sure.
Ma'am? So when you talk about whether CA intermediate could be compared equivalent to some qualification in the university, so now going forward we'll have National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which has different level descriptors, learning outcome associated with each of the level, and there are credits associated with it. Now, when it comes to the equivalent part, whether the CA intermediate has those learning outcomes and the knowledge, skill, and the competency which is required for that particular level, that would decide whether that qualification could be considered equivalent to some qualification, which is there in the framework. So, as I heard that probably the CA curriculum is also being revised. So if those things are taken care, probably that will be an easy transition in terms of mapping with some level of established process.
If I can correct, recollect correctly, the institute already have an arrangement with few universities where in MBA that if you have passed chartered accountancy examination, you have to sit in on the 3 or 4 papers. All other credit are given. We have an arrangement, if I am correct, University of Coimbatore, if that was there. And then there were Jambeshwar universities. I think that's an arrangement with the institute already is having on that issue. So it is mapping up of the what you have done here and what is expected there.
One thing, I'm sorry, I'm just getting in the Vishal bhai. For this reason, just to tell you all people that, the new education policy which we have created for ICI also is mapping all the credits, and we have considered all the recommendation which has come from the government. And if you see every subject wise, we have done our pointing also. So, we have learned people like Vedjan sir and all who have actually guided us always as a past presidents. And we ensured that this entire alignment, even in the exemplar, is been given to all. So that is the point which I wanted to drive you back, saying that the exemplar as well as the CA course has been aligned in such manner that it can actually go as an integration of component. Thank you.
Yeah. Question to ma'am and then sir about the practical training aspect. As you're aware, in the chartered accountancy course, the practical training is part of the curriculum since a long time, and it goes along with the studies. So it is like you have the intermediate exam, you pass that, you do the practical training, and then you appear for the final exam. So the learning and the practical aspects go hand in hand. With respect to the university education, how we can build in the practical aspects when it comes to the commerce and accounts, that the student at the time when the learning is going on, parallel to that, the student would get the practical aspects whether it can be inbuilt as a parallel thing, or you feel that many of the universities come out that as a semester, that in one semester you do full practical training. You feel that is, and in fact we had Mr. Naveen Mittal yesterday from Telangana. Yeah, so and he said that they have issued a notification saying that the 6th semester can be practical, or if the 4th year can be, if it is a practical training with a chartered accountant, then it would be equivalent to the research degree. So whether we can have such a thing where, pan India, the practical aspects are brought around along with the education. What are your thoughts?
I must tell that universities are autonomous body. So they are free to design their course and curriculum. So like in Telangana, Mr. Mittal said that 4th year is going to be practical training. So, it depends upon the universities. It depends upon, okay. So it depends upon the universities with which you are collaborating, right? And then practicals is very important. Because physical practicals are very important in chartered accountancy also, as I know it. So it has to be worked out and again mapped, I must say that, because in National Qualification Framework from level 4 to 8, we have for higher education. So you can see that where you fit in, and then go ahead with this criteria, because we leave it upon the university. We as a regulators don't impose key, you have to go for online training or offline training, or you have to go for the practicals, or which semester you're doing what. We just devise a course curriculum and then we leave upon the universities to go ahead with it. So it's their will and wish to undertake.
You almost covered everything. But I want to share one model which Australia has. So Australia has these two kind of systems. So they have something called registered training organizations, and universities could also be one of the registered training organization. And they kind of conduct the courses which have more practical component than the theoretical components. So in fact, some of the bodies similar to ICI, how they work is that they accredit a particular university or an organization who has who's meeting the requirement of practical component. Because when we talk about standardization of curriculum, some universities may have certain issues with that, because you need to give them that breathing space and to do some innovation with the thing. Certain guidelines could be there, But then again, we are coming back to the same thing. If we start dictating, this should be the syllabus for that. So in fact, those kind of model need to be explored. If the universities have to kind of adopt that, or develop that infrastructure and extend that practical component, not only to CA, but even to other courses also.
Right. So, yeah, we'll take just 2 questions from the audience before we end the session. So, yeah, can we have the mic? 2 बोला तो 5 जन के हाथ ऊपर हो, चलो. हाँ, लेते. Don't worry.
Hello. Just I want to submit 2 things. One to UGC that for changing all these things which is coming under NEP, for teachers training is very important. It has been rightly said by Jain sir and some other people. But how to do it? So we have refresher courses and orientation courses. If you can make compulsory for the teachers to have it not only for the course content, but as well as for the methodology, how they going to teach, and the issue which is coming for the practical purposes, I think that will give a very good impetus for conducting not only for the commerce, but for the other courses as well. But for this particular thing is under the commerce, that's why. And just one small thing that the constituent college is also in the NEP system. So under that, liberal science, liberal commerce, liberal arts and other things has been carried out. So the person from the liberal commerce can definitely thought of some science portion, and liberal science can also be collaborate with the liberal commerce. And what our experience, I am from actually Madam Punyashloka Ahilya Devi Holkar Solapur University, Solapur. I'm Vice Chancellor there. And we are running 140 courses, the skill courses. The outcome is that most of the rural and tribal folk has also been joined with us. So for this accountancy and finance, I feel that they are equally smart enough. Only these type of things, if we can collaborate with, and the question of syllabus is there, 60% can be like a common course as we are talking about, but some flexibility considering the local domain. I think that we have to give to the students as well as for the teachers.
Yeah.
But first, I am very much concerned about the teachers training, because
Yeah.
that should be correct.
Very good question. Actually, it's the need of the day, I must say. See, first of all, you must be aware that UGC has got 66 HRDCs, Human Resource Development Center, wherein for orientation course for a newly recruited faculty, Guru Dakshata is imparted. It's a 3-week courses which was going on online during the pandemic, and now it's offline. And also for the refresher courses, they do it, and the schedule is approved well in advance. And now we have a website also where it is present. And in Maharashtra, I must say, and another one is Pandit Madan Mohan Mandviya National Mission for Training Teachers, wherein they also conduct these types of courses. And all the courses, orientation as well as refresher courses, we have given in our 2018 regulations, minimum qualification of teachers, in which under the clause 10, it is mentioned over there that it will be, you do it from NMTT or you do from HRDC, it will be counted for your promotion. Because for one promotion from assistant professor to associate professor, you need to have 1 refresher course, 1 orientation course, and again you need to have 2 refresher courses. All the orientation courses, if you have done, it's okay. So HRDCs are doing that and NMTT centers are doing that. So they are already going in. So I would advise you to be in touch with the HRDC centers. And since you are in Sholapur, then RTM Nagpur has that, Pune University has that, Bangalore University has that, and it's on the tips. Around 11 or 12 centers in the whole of Maharashtra, it's there. And NMTT centers, it's in ISER Pune, also in Mumbai, IIT Mumbai. So you can count upon their refresher courses, and you can do that. So this is one thing. Second thing is that now we are coming up with Malviya Mission.
I was in charge of that. Why I'm telling you that I was in charge of HRDCs also, and we have given very good courses for refresher courses on NEP also, NEP 2020. These maybe it's in commerce or accountancy, or for multidisciplinary education, or for different types of education, which you can bank upon, and then it can be customized according to the need of the student, according to the need of the teacher or the tribals, what you're saying in that area, right? And gender and other things are mandatory. It's over there. So you can customize it, calling the director and other people also, and then it can be done as for the ease of the teachers in that area, right? And now we are coming up with Malviya mission. It's already done. The report has already been placed, wherein we'll have the amalgamation of NMTT and also HRDCs all together, and we'll have a basket of say around 100 centers, Malviya missions, which will carry out these refresher courses for the teachers, because there are lots of teachers who have not done, and their promotion and other things are already held up. So as NEP has mentioned, in motivated, energized faculty, it's written over there. We have around 7-8 paras, and it is over there how to motivate and energize the faculty of any college or university or constituent colleges or anywhere in the country, right? So for that, we have coined all these systems, and it is well in advance. And for you, you can contact them and then get your orientation and refresher course in that.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Uday Paliwal.
Just a request to keep the question short so that we can give maximum time to the panelists. Yeah.
Very brief. I'm glad that, in fact, I have a long list of questions or concerns, 4 or 5 pages, but I'm glad that many of them have already been addressed through your presentation or through questions. So I'll be very brief, sir. Yeah. Now, my first question is...
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Uday Paliwal, Director, Institute of Commerce, Nirma University, Ahmedabad. Oh. It's A+ University from Gujarat. Oh. Now, my first suggestion, or rather question to the Institute is, and it's very straightforward, can you reduce the number of papers? We are talking about, somewhere 20 papers to become a chartered accountant. Of course, you want to transfer some of them to self-study mode. So can that number be reduced? And doing that, you can have some trust or reliance on universities, as Mr. Dagar was saying, that you can accredit. I agree that, you cannot trust each and every of 1,000 universities in the country, but you can select, you can have your process and give, some of that process to us so that, we can work together. That is my first question. And of course, my second question is, in fact, I wanted to raise it with Honorable Minister yesterday. We are all proud to be, commerce or accounting teachers or academics. Where is commerce or accounting in NEP? There is no mention. So my question to representative from UGC also, let's not forget commerce or accounting. Yes, it is part of social sciences, but can we get, our share in the cake? Where is commerce, where is accounting in the process? Thank you very much. I have a long list, but I'll share with organizers. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
There is absolutely no division in the subjects. Like, it can be carried. It is very much over there. Individual subject, we are not, we should not, or while designing NEP should have been crisp, and it should be delivering the cause of education. We have focused on that. And subject is very much there. It is obviously, and commerce and as in my speech, I said that you are very important because, we are showing a growth, economic growth. So commerce and accountancy is very important. And, in schools, children, they prefer commerce and accountancy. They prefer, I know that. Probably you have some notions, but here in Delhi, I know good schools, they are preferring commerce and accountancy, and they are coming up with that. So it is all obviously there, but you should not think in silos. I must say that, because it's a broad and it's a very preferred subject.
I can just support her in Delhi college. You need more than 100% marks to get admission to the commerce college.
Milta nahi hai bachcho ko.
More than 100% marks in 10+2 to get an admission to the Delhi college.
Milta nahi hai.
Dr. Jain is sitting here. He will endorse. He has been the principal of that college.
I know that children with 99.5% also Delhi University में नहीं मिलता है उनको commerce और accountancy में. In SRCC and other places, they don't get. I know that.
Principal is sitting next, Principal Dr. Jain is sitting here.
Yeah, yeah,
And print hours.
I know.
Yeah, and
You can have a question.
Sure.
yeah, first row.
गुड आफ्टरनून।
माइक मुंह पे ले लीजिए।
आपके सबसे मेरी प्रार्थना यही है, कल से बहुत बात हो रही है, कोई गुड आफ्टरनून करे तो आप रेस्पेक्ट कीजिए, जिससे उत्साह बढ़ता है सबका जो। गुड आफ्टरनून। सबसे पहले इंस्टीट्यूट का हमें तहे दिल से थैंक्स करना चाहिए, सभी ईच एंड एवरी जो ऑर्गेनाइजर हैं, इतना ब्यूटीफुल प्लेटफॉर्म उन्होंने दिया है। हम हर चीज का थैंक्स करें जब कुछ पॉजिटिविटी आती है। बात रही कि ऑटोनोमस है, तो देखिए जो परंपराएं चली आ रही है ना, कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि उन परंपराओं को हम कंटिन्यू रखें। उनमें एवरीथिंग डिपेंड्स टाइम, सिचुएशन, कंडीशन इन द वर्ल्ड। तो ये टाइम है कि जो ये सजेशन है कि जॉइंट डिग्री वाला, जैसे यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली है, तो ये ऑटोनोमस ये भी है 1982 के एक्ट से बनी है, पार्लियामेंट का एक्ट है। वैसे ही द इंस्टीट्यूट चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया, वो भी एक एक्ट के तहत है। तो जब एक्ट के तहत बने और दोनों की दोनों ऐसी है, तो क्यों नहीं हम ऐसा बीच का कोई रास्ता अगर हो सकता है जो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, उसको निकाला जाए। तो वो जो टाइम था कि जब बात ही नहीं की, अब ये तो ठीक है, अभी हम कल से, अभी देखिए मैं एकेडमिक स्टैंडर्ड कमेटी है, मैं खुद उसका एक कन्वेनर हूँ, और आर्ट की और कॉमर्स की एजुकेशन को भी खुद देखता हूँ, कैसे पढ़ाया जाए खुद देखता हूँ। अभी तो हम एक तरह की बात सुन रहे हैं ना, मैं आपसे एक प्रार्थना करूंगा, ऐसी ही 2 दिन की सेमिनार और रखी जाए, और जितने हमारे जो इतने विद्वान हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, सब आए, उनकी 2-2 मिनट की बाइट लीजिए। हो सकता है कि आपकी 2 मिनट की बाइट में उनका एक्सपीरियंस आपको इतना मिल जाए कि आपकी जो पॉलिसी है, जो होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट है, सही मायने में तो होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट जब होगा। अभी तो क्या है कि 2 दिन का प्रोग्राम है, आपने जो एक्सपीरियंस अपने समझा, उनको बुलाया, हमने उनका सुना, अब उनको सुन के हमने जो लिखा है उसको हमारा भी तो एक उसमें आना चाहिए कि हम क्या चाहते हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से बदलाव में जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया जी का ड्रीम है 2047 में, इस देश को हमें जो है पूरी तरह से मतलब विकसित बनाना है। तो आप इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं। यूजीसी के जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी बैठे, प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने आईएएस तक को बायोमेट्रिक लगवा दिया। आपसे खुलेआम कहता हूं, आप टीचरों की बायोमेट्रिक लगवा दीजिए, मैं सारा सिस्टम जो है एकदम ठीक हो जाएगा, पूरा देश आपका बढ़िया हो जाएगा। आपकी जानकारी के लिए आज की डेट में इतना टिपिकल है मैडम, इतना टिपिकल है, आप यूजीसी बोलिए कि जो क्या बायोमेट्रिक लगा दीजिए। जो यूनिवर्सिटी में जो इतना बड़ा टैलेंट भरा पड़ा है, वहां पहले टीचर जी को कॉलेज में तो बुलाइए ना। आपसे इतनी सी प्रार्थना कर रहा हूँ, टीचर जी को कॉलेज में बुला दीजिए। बहुत मतलब हम बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं कि भाई ऐसे, अब जब टीचर जी कॉलेज में ही नहीं आएंगे, हमारे वाइस चांसलर जी की हालत देखिए, प्रिंसिपल्स की हालत देखिए, उनकी क्या हालत है। 25-30 टीचर आ जाते हैं उनको ह्यूमिलेशन करने के लिए। तो मेरा आपसे प्रार्थना यह है डॉक्टर अर्चना मैडम जी से कि यूजीसी में मेरी बात पहुंचाइए कि बायोमेट्रिक लगाइए और पहले टीचरों को कॉलेज में बुलाइए। मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, टीचर में एब्सेंटिज्म सो हाई कि यू कैन नॉट इमेजिन एट ऑल। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Noted. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Since we are getting,
I think just one request which is there. We are not here to debate on what is right and wrong. I'm sorry. This is not a forum to discuss. Here we are to share hands, join hands, and see how we can make it possible. So all this discussion, madam, humbly we are sorry for this discussion. My apology. Because here we are coming to see what is my tomorrow.
It's okay.
I don't want to see the past.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
yeah. So I would just request if there are any questions, the panelists would be available over lunch, and so you can definitely interact with them over lunch. I would now hand over to Amit ji. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As always, panel discussion is always thought-provoking, and you must have got a lot of food for thought. It's time for food for stomach as well. Just a couple of minutes before we break for lunch. I'd like to request CA Vishal Doshi ji to kindly present both book and memento of gratitude to Dr. Archana Thakur, Joint Secretary with UGC. I request the Chair, Board of Studies Academic to also join us, please. Thank you, Archana ji, for your presence today and sharing your thoughts on how we can integrate university education and chartered accountancy professional education so that ultimately the student benefits. Thank you. I now request both the chair and the vice chair to present the memento. We like to present memento to CA Vejayanji, past President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you very much, sir. And we like to say thank you to Mr. Kuldeep Dagar, representing the Association of Indian Universities. Thank you very much, Kuldeep ji. Thank you very much. Thank you. We do know that even in that feedback questionnaire, you must have mentioned areas where collaboration is possible between your educational institution and ICI. So please send across all your ideas to Board of Studies. You can email us as well. Please note our email address, NES-CA, NES-CA @ICI.in and Vandana @ICI.in. So I repeat, NES-CA @ICI.in. All your thoughts, feedback, and any collaboration that you would like to suggest, reach out, or Vandana @ICI.in. One more announcement for those who are staying at Shangri-La. If you are leaving today, we request you to please check out of your room as well. Before lunch, it'll be preferable if you could do that. That will help the hotel authorities. So the lunch has been late. Please enjoy the delicacies. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. For a minute. I know I'm coming in between lunch. Just a minute. Actually, Amit has to leave now because he's having one interview. He'll be going to Kota for taking the interview of the Honorable Finance Minister. So he'll be leaving it now. So we want to felicitate him also. May I request the chairman and vice chairman and our honorable past president. Amit, we really thank you. You have always been there with us and a great show. And we have one session left after lunch. It's a very interesting topic, how finance and tax literacy is required by each stream of education, right? Please join us for the last session. And after the last session is concluded, you may kindly collect your gifts, which are there from the ICS side. And we really thank you for being there with us. And please do join us after lunch for the last session. Thank you very much. I think we can.
Recording in progress.
We can start. Okay. निखिल बाहर बोलो सबको. Anuj, PPT आपको दे. You have got the PPT? Maybe
Recording in progress.
Anuj.
The Board of Studies Academic is an arm of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, striving relentlessly to provide the necessary knowledge base and updated information through a wide range of publications, digital resources, initiatives, and services. BOS Academic provides updated study material, revision test papers, booklet on MCQs and case scenarios, and case study digest, monthly students' journal featuring subject capsules, suggested answers to questions asked in the examination, referencer for quick revision, which is a compendium of capsules published in the student's journal. At BOS, we provide complete hand-holding services to guide the students not just through knowledge contents, but also by rendering the knowledge. These classes are conducted free of cost by renowned subject experts having an exam-centric approach. The ICAI provides ebooks on Digital Learning Hub, wherein students can listen to the text, highlight text, and make notes. BOS Academic conducts 2 series of mock test papers before each examination to enable the students to assess their preparation. After mock test papers, counseling sessions are conducted in order to guide the students and resolve their queries. ICAI BOS mobile app provides a comprehensive package of educational inputs from BOS under one umbrella as shown on the screen. The ICAI BOS mobile app is available on Google and Apple Play stores. For any queries related to Board of Studies Academic, please write to the Director, Board of Studies at bosnoida@icai.in.
India is aiming at $5 trillion economy by 2025. Around 13 million enterprises have registered at government's Udyam portal, showing India's growing economy surge. Increasing focus on governance, compliance, and reporting is opening new vistas for commerce and accounting graduates across the globe.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not able to hear any voice. Thank you. Like we feel that you are there with us. Right. Thank you. We are going to start the concluding session of today and of the summit. And the topic is such, I think you all would like to know how really a common man requires knowledge of accountancy and tax, how you need to plan your funds. So you need to have that basic knowledge. So that is something you need to know about it. And the speakers which are going to be there and a central council member are going to be there. They'll let you know how really it can be used by all from different streams of education, right? The topic is importance of finance and tax literacy in various streams of education. May I invite on the stage the guest speaker, Professor Nageshwara Rao, Vice Chancellor IGNOU, on the stage, along with CA Piyush Chhajar, our Central Council member. And meanwhile, our other guest speaker, Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director, CBSE Academic, will be joining in another 5 minutes. And our other council member, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, will also be joining in a minute or so, right? So, Professor Nageshwara Rao, you all know very well that he's the Vice Chancellor of IGNOU. And earlier, he was the Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani. And he's also holding the additional charge of Director, Central Hindi Directorate, New Delhi, and also having the additional charge of Director, Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla. May I also, our Central Council member, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, has also joined on stage. Welcome to all of you. So now I'll request our council members to kindly honor our guest speaker with a book bouquet. May we have a big round of applause? I'll be requesting our Central Council member, CAPU Chatterjee, to come and give his opening remarks and welcome address for the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Vandana ji. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, IGNOU, Dr. Joseph, who is going to join us in next 5 to 10 minutes, my Central Council member, Senior CA Charanjit Singh Nanda, Board of Studies Chairman Daya Nivas, Vice Chairman Vishal Doshi. Good afternoon to everyone. Now we have moved to our last session of the day, as well as to the ending session of this summit of 2 days. I hope that you have enjoyed. It's a very important topic, though it's the last session. It's the importance of finance and tax literacy in the various stream of educations. And we have a very good speakers for the same, renowned speakers for the same. It's very important what the financial literacy is all about. In a very layman's language, it is managing money. I remember in my childhood days, my father used to tell me, पैसा संभालना किसी को सिखाना नहीं पड़ता. Bachcha, if you want to take up money from the piggy bank of your kid, you please try it and you will see whether you require learning or not. But the time has come that we have to discuss all this, where we have all the dignitaries of the dais on the dais and all educationists that will have to teach financial literacy. Because the way of managing the money has changed. The new products have come, investment ideas, insurance. When I was studying 22 years and when the seniors were studying, I believe insurance was not there. It may be there, it may not be matured. Investment schemes were not there. So it's very important that the people who are doing their educations, maybe at the school level, maybe at the college level, they are appraised about the financial literacy, how to manage money, how to invest it, how to save it, how to insure themselves so that it can help them in their family goals, their educational goals of their children's perspective. So it's very important, and therefore it is felt necessary whether this financial literacy should come into the mainstream itself in the education stream, and why it should be limited to commerce or accountancy, whether it should be introduced at the science stream also, whether the engineers or the doctors who actually get professionally qualified after doing the science also should have a basic financial literacy as far as managing their own money is concerned. Similarly, when it goes to a tax literacy also, it's again a very important. And tax we need to, what I believe is, in India, somebody may feel that tax is actually a pinch in its pocket, but there is a need to have an education where the students at their initial age actually enjoy joy of giving. Once you have a joy of giving, I'm sure you will not feel a pinch of paying a tax, because it's a joy of giving for a nation building. So it's very important at this stage also that the tax literacy has to come. At our institute, we have also developed a website for financial literacy and tax literacy, which is in 14 languages. Other than the institute, a lot of other regulators, SEBI, Reserve Bank of India, IDA, PFRD, all have taken this cause ahead that there should be a basic financial literacy and tax literacy being developed in the students from an initial stage. For this, we have a stalwart speakers. I will not take much of your time, and I will now request our first speaker for the day, again, Professor Nageshwar Rao, to kindly address us. Thank you very much. Before that, you would introduce. Okay, thank you, please.
Please. You have to just move up and down this part. This way, this way. You have to go this way. Before Professor Nageshwar Rao starts, one sentence I would like to tell about Sir is that though Sir is not a chartered accountant, but he is an FCA. His father of chartered accountants. Please, sir.
Good evening to all of you. Nanda ji, Rajat ji, galaxy of experts in the field of taxation and finance, chartered accountants, the teachers, and distinguished participants. It's a great honor for me to be present over here and speak to you all. Vandana ji is a great motivator. From nothing to speak, she asked me to speak for 40 minutes. Then here I came to know that I have to speak for 20 minutes. So don't look at your watches. I have got a PPT prepared, but the PPT, the initial parts, they talk about the philosophy, and the latter parts, they talk about the contents. So we are going to skip the latter parts mostly because they talk about the basic issue that what is to be covered in this theme. The summit, this is the last session, and you got almost all the requisite inputs for having your future course of action. The theme which was chosen for this particular session is importance of finance and tax literacy in various streams of education. Basic questions which come to our mind. What does it mean? For whom? Already your topic tells us for all streams. Even the person is not in a stream, they all should know the basics of finance and tax. At least need not to be an expert, but elementary things, they can be understood and they can be learnt also. Why right now we are speaking about it? Because of NEP. NEP has given us lots of reasons. Because of that, we have to go for it. Of course, the history in our country starts in 2016 and later on in 2017. Why I'm talking about 2016? Because the Ministry of Education has gone for the SWAYAM portal, and the SWAYAM courses, they have come up. Around 3,000 courses, they have been developed and they are on offer. edX and Coursera, it has also come up during our Corona disaster. And in our own country, this particular SWAYAM portal, it has also attracted our own people. More than 3 crore people, 3 crore, they were registered. What basically it talks about? Course-based registration. Forget about the programs. Look at the courses. And now here the institute can come up to focus upon certain specific courses rather than talking about the program. Of course, in our country, we are accustomed to look at a program only. 18 courses, 20 courses, 24 courses. And if a student clears 23 courses out of 24 and could not clear the last one, we all feel happy and elevated that the percentage of pass is very, very low. But that should not be the spirit of education. And that is why the course-based learning, the course-based evaluation, and the course-based focus, it has come up. Then later on, this national education policy, it has talked about it. How? Again, I will talk about it because it is basically 2 credit course, 4 credit course, 6 credit course, depending upon the target learners to whom you would like to address. Gone are the days when we used to say that accountancy and the finance, they are to be taught only to the commerce students. Now they are to be taught even to science, even arts also. We do remember that IITs and the NITs, earlier the engineering colleges, they do have one course on accounting and finance, accounting and management, long back. Even in IITs also it was there. And there were some aspects of accounting and finance, they were being included there. But that practice, it has not been extended in other cities. And what the contents, suggested contents, I have put it before all of you in my subsequent slides. This is the focus of this institute: one India, one education, one profession, one world. And just I was referring capsule courses in IITs and NITs. I was also fortunate to be associated with BHU, where I was being asked to go for this one capsule course in accounting and finance for the IIT students. So that is why I do feel that still it has got the relevance. And that gives us a clue that how this multidisciplinary focus of the national education policy can give us good results. What the national education policy tells us. And that gives you the reasoning why we should go for this finance and taxation issues to be known, to be learned by all, not to only commerce students. Holistic. Gone are the days when segregation of the knowledge is being made. Now we have to synthesize, we have to aggregate also. Even in case of management programs also. Earlier we do have the core courses, the functional courses, the specialization courses, and finally the integration courses. Now everything is to be integrated. That is what the national education policy is talking about. So holistic, multidisciplinary. It also tells us that a science student can study this finance and taxation. BA student can also study finance and taxation. Skilling. You know, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, it has come up recently. And it is a statutory body which is now mapping all the skills. Skills, technical skills, soft skills, even your subjects also, they're also being mapped. At the national level, it is existing. They are looking at our curricula and they are also giving us certification. It is an accredited body to look at the skills and skills that we integrated. Then only the people say that our degrees, they will not be called as paper degrees. We have to make them a degree which makes a person employable, makes a learner employable. It should have some worth also, some contents also, which can be used in their future endeavors. National Skill Development Corporation. Again, it is coming up in a big way to reach most of us. Recently, we do have an experimentation with respect to our undergraduate program, wherein the programs are BA Hindi, BA Honors Hindi, BA Honors Urdu. And what we thought about is, in consultation with National Skill Development Corporation, is that 25% of the contents, we are going to add as skill components, and 75% they will be related to that basic language. We are experimenting with 4 undergraduate courses, BCom also, 25% skill component. And the skills, they are mapped by the National Skill Development Corporation and also the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Gone are the days when only the pure language course or the pure BCom course based on the contents or the textbooks available, not relevant at all. We all study taxation, but none of our BCom student is able to file an income tax return. Even I do remember when we were studying that, we could not even fill the money order form also. We were the graduates in commerce. So that sort of scenario is not relevant when we are looking at the present day education. And National Council for Vocational Education and Training, it is also quantifying the prior learning also. Maybe you might have seen 2 days back, there was a titter from the Navy. It talks about the integration of knowledge and skills with the Agniveers. And IGNOU has endeavored with that. What we have done is 50% the academic contents and 50% they are the skill components which the army people, they will learn or they have learned during their working period. When they were working, they have got lots of skills. That is the quantification of the prior learning. So these things now they have become the part of our life in our higher education. And they all are to be integrated and they all are to be thought about it. Again, the emphasis is course-based, not program-based. 17 courses cleared? Yes. 17 courses, they will be credited to their academic bank of credit. Only one course he could not pass out. And what these rules they specify, there is a regulation for academic bank of credit also. It says that credit accumulation is possible, credit recognition is possible, and we can encash those credits to get the degree. The process is already on. 35 lakh learners registered in this academic bank of credit. Whatsoever they have cleared the examinations, the courses, not about the programs, the course-based learning, the Swayam courses, edX, Coursera, or in our own country, most of the institutions have gone for only one course. Institute can also come forward with that sort of mechanism. Only one small course of 2 credits, one small course of 3 credits may be made available to all the learners, for BSc learners also, for BA learners also, for +2 learners also, or maybe the postgraduate learners also. Because we know that these basics, they are essential for all categories of learners. Even who are retired people, they would also like to know the basics. So for that also, this is appropriate. I don't know how much the accreditation process, the academic bank of credit is being used by the institute, but the time has come. 33 lakh learners, they were already registered. And the process is going on very fast. Almost all the universities, they are going for it. And this tells us, like your financial banks, where the money is being deposited, here your academic, which you cleared, the courses which you passed out, that will be created in that account. What? So many things are there. They are only suggestive. I'm not talking about that they are to be added. All the things that are to be added. At least a person who is in the field of science, he should not say that, I don't know this taxation. What is taxation? I am not supposed to know. Some basics he must know. Of course, the present day environment is such, which teaches so many things through our TV, through our discussions, through our newspapers. But still, if a capsule course of 2 credits are there, if a capsule course of 3 credits or 4 credits are there, that is going to serve the purpose. GST, we are afraid of listening to any of these terms. Income tax, or it is better to go to a consultant. Even I don't know what about the chartered accountant, but at least the commerce graduates, they always take the help of the chartered accountants or some consultants for filling their own return. Because this is the basic which they have learned it. And when it comes to application, they could not do it. So if it is known to all, and here also the aspects on which a person can look into, there are 5 heads, no need to talk about. I'm not talking about any of these details, because what should be in your 2 credit or 4 credit course, that should be a thrust. Or maybe the 6 credit course, there may be variation also. 2 credit for some people, 4 credit for some other, and 6 credit for some other category of people. There will be examination also, because the system is already laid down. In case of the Swayam courses, the 4-quadrant approach is existing. The soft copy of material, the videos, the discussion forum, and finally the evaluation. Evaluation is being done by NTA, and whatsoever you clear those examinations, that is being allowed for credit transfers, and that will go to your academic bank of credit. Salary, we are being taxed. Standard deduction is available 50,000. Professional tax actual, because most of these factual things, and there are a lot of changes that take place. every year, depending upon the previous year and the assessment year. These terms, they always forces us. But what is previous year? I don't know. What is previous year? Income of the previous year is being taxed in the assessment year. But there is only one provision in the Income Tax Act which says that income as you earn, you have to pay the taxes, TDS. So all other provisions, they say that previous year's income, it will be taxed in the assessment year. So you see that these important things, if they are to be understood by a student of science, a student of arts, student who is in the field of medical or engineering, then that is going to give us good results. You are getting house rent allowance. Don't feel it is not taxable. It is also taxable. House, free house, that is also a perquisite. It is also being taxed. Contribution to the provident funds, recognized provident fund, national pension scheme, approved superannuation fund. These are the things, at least you must know the basic. What does it mean? Whether we have to go for that provident fund or not. There is a statutory provident fund. And there are institutions. They presume that they are having the statutory provident fund. It is not so. But they are taking the benefits of the statutory provident fund, which is illegal. So you must know the basic, and then only you are in a position to understand. Public provident fund, which is for the people who are not in the services. And there are also specific provisions which are to be kept in mind. The exemptions, gratuity, only in case of government organizations, 20 lakhs. Of course, the maximum limit now is 20 lakhs only for the government people. Leave encashment, 3 lakhs for private, and for government fully exempt. All PF, not all PF proceeds. Again, the limit is for only statutory provident fund. And most of us who are not in the statutory provident fund, your tax consultant will clearly tell you. But later on, you can understand that where you could not fill the right things at right time. NPS, National Pension Scheme, donations, 50% donations, 100% donations. I'm not talking about those details because the provisions are already existing. We have to see that what is specific and what needs to be included in that 2-credit course, taxation course or the finance course. No need to think about the details and no need to show even the minute details also. For example, in case of capital gains, lots of provisions are there. If you feel that a specific 2-credit course is to be put for only capital gains, that will serve the purpose. Because the people who are dealing with the capital assets, they can understand that how that is to be treated and how that has to be shown in the books of account. PF proceeds, non-resident, NRI. NRI means he should not stay, not a single day in our country. 30 days, if he stays, then he becomes the residents. The conditions are specifically there, and those conditions we have to see it clearly. These are only basic definitions which you have to understand. No need to go into the details. Investment-based deductions, and these are the deductions which are commonly being used. We must know these basics. The provisions might have been changed. They are up to date, but even then the subject to change. Because recently you used to know that there is the interest rates, they have been revised. Then National Pension Scheme, again about the provisions are there. House property, here also the provisions are clearly mentioned and how to go for it. Very simple things which you have to understand, and thereby we can see that how much amount of the house property will be subject to taxation. Deductions, 30% of the adjusted annual value, interest on borrowed capital. That is why most of us, we take the loans for having our own houses. And the interest thereon, it will be deducted from the income from house property. Then if an SSC owns more than one house, is there an issue? It's not coming. Huh? So I'm just talking about the what. What is to be covered in that 2 credit course, 4 credit course, or 6 credit course. And what we see in the end is, what I have tried to highlight, that a few courses they were already developed. Money market, capital market, this also can be seen. Stock exchanges, indexes, basics about these that can be included. Investment opportunities, types of organizations, limited liability partnership, it was not there. Then how we can go for these 2 credit courses or the 4 credit courses. We may have a textbooks, we may have the MOOCs, we may have the printed SLM. Then these are the available SWAYAM courses. Already 4 credit, 2 credit, 6 credit, depending upon the requirement. Even not restricted to IGNOU. We are having from IIT Kanpur also, IIT Bombay also, related to the basics of accounting and finance. But each institution is free to have their own MOOC courses. Maybe the institute is also having those own MOOC courses, because the standards, the quality which they maintain, accordingly they can also develop those courses. And the purpose we all know, that we are not preparing these courses for our own chartered accountants. We are now going to a different category of learners. The science graduates, the arts graduates, the common man, capital gains, basics of finance, basics of accounting. So all those things, they can be covered in that structure. And you'll find that for everything, the variations are there, and variations from different institutions. They are already available on the SWAYAM courses, SWAYAM platform. From my side, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable suggestions which you have given for as to how for non-commerce graduates, how this finance and tax literacy can be taught to them also. You have very rightly said that finance and tax issues are to be learned by all. And better way, what you have suggested, the best way is through this SWAYAM portal, the courses which have been uploaded over there, these capsule courses having 2 credits, 4 credits, depending on how the student wants to learn. Very rightly said that basics need to be known. You don't have to be expert, but you need to know how to plan your savings. Indians are very good in saving, but they need to also know as to how to invest it, right? So that is something I think everybody needs to know. And how we can do it, I think the manner in which NEP 2020 has talked about multidisciplinary courses, like for science stream, IITians, medical, other courses also, some tinge of accounts, tax, literacy is also there. So that's the need of the hour, that we all should know about what is there in the other side. Like similarly, as ICA also, we have also incorporated NEP 2020 things. That is the multidisciplinary approach. And we have also included such type of courses, which is going to actually come out, like rightly said by sir, a holistic education. That is what is the need of the hour. Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable presentation, sir. And sorry for some hiccups in the technology. I think that is something we all have to bear with it. Meanwhile, I'll also welcome our other guest speaker, Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, who is the Director Academic, Central Board of Secondary Education. Previously, he was also the Secretary, CBSE also, and Officer on Special Duty for Medical Entrance Exams, and he was also a Regional Director. I'll request our Central Council members to please honor him with the book bouquet. A big hand of applause. I'll now invite Mr. Joseph Emmanuel to please come. And since he's from CBSE, so he has to rather tell. Sir had earlier said how in the university, finance and tax literacy is to be incorporated. I think now Dr. Joseph will now tell us how it should be there in the school curriculum so that the basics can be taught not from 11th and 12th. I've already requested you. Some maybe 2 pages should come in the 9th and 10th curriculum also, so that students know what they are going to take later on. Thank you. Over to you.
सबको नमस्कार। Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Nageshwar Rao, CA Charanjit Singh Nanda, CA Piyush Chajat, Chairman Board of Studies, CA Dayanivas Sharma ji, and Vice Chairman of Board of Studies, CA Vishal Doshi, Mrs. Vandana Nagpal, Director Board of Studies, all the dignitaries present here, representatives from various universities, school education boards, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate the Institute and the Board of Studies of the Institute for organizing this summit. The new national education policy has given a lot of insight into the education path for our country in the coming decades. And there is continuous deliberation and discussions happening between the school education sector, higher education sector, professional education sector, and the job market also. And it is the need of the hour that there should be a seamless integration that needs to happen with the job market and the higher education or the professional bodies, and the higher education as well as the school education. At present, all of us worried about the employability of the youth coming out from various professional bodies and higher educational institutions. there is a de-link between the skill set and competencies acquired by the learners from the institutions of our country, as well as the market demand or the industry demand that needs to be fulfilled by these graduates. There is a gap. And in turn, higher educational institutions are looking at the school boards or the school education sector for getting proper inputs or the proper persons with aptitude for doing undergraduate courses as well as various professional courses. Of course, the Institute of Chartered Accountants role for the last many years is completely different. And in a way, modern professional way of teaching, learning, and training, or the skilling that is happening in the institute, along with the traditional way of Gurukul system of getting practice under a chartered accountant. The CA articleship program, which has been happening for the last many decades under the guidance of the institute, is one of the best example of skilling of individuals or providing competencies and skill sets required for performing real life scenarios once you complete a course. This is an example for the whole country. And now there is a need for investing into development of skill set at every walks of school education as well as higher education. Professor Nageshwar Rao has already spoken about various aspects of higher education. And in school education, the four major thrust areas on which the NEP recommendations have been given are equity, excellence, accessibility, and inclusivity. These are the four major thrust areas on which the national education policy has given vision for a new India. At the time of independence, merely 10 to 20% of our people were literate. Now that scenario has changed. And in fact, recently, India has overtaken Britain and become the fifth largest economy in the world. The country which ruled India for over 200 years were left behind by our Indian economy. It shows the country's progress as well as the growth mindset. From Sarva Shiksha to Samagra Shiksha, the holistic development of the learner, and building competencies and skill set that required for leading a successful adult life. That is the aim of school education. It is the foundation of whole life. Developing right mindset, life skill, ethics and values, empathy, sympathy, sharing, caring, compassion, global outlook, critical thinking and problem solving. All these skill sets are to be developed during the initial years of schooling. So the school education sector is in the threshold of change. The present day rote memory based learning is giving way to competency focused education. Rather than content oriented learning, the school education sector is primarily focusing on developing right skill set and right aptitude in the learners. So essentially, 4 or 5 major competencies are essential to lead a successful life in the adulthood. They are the reading literacy, the minimum level of reading, understanding, thinking ability, mathematical literacy, scientific literacy, financial literacy, digital literacy, and ethics and values. These components will help an individual to be happy and successful when they become adult. So financial literacy is one of the core component that needs to be acquired by every learner by the age of 15. The Organization for Economic Development, OECD, they conduct international students assessment. And in the international students assessment, 3 major focus areas that they are assessing are the reading literacy, financial literacy, digital literacy, and scientific literacy and mathematical literacy. These 4 or 5 areas they assess. Primarily, they assess the mathematical literacy, scientific literacy, and the reading literacy. In addition to that, financial literacy, digital literacy are also given prominence as of now. A person with these skill set, coupled with strong ethics and values, will be an asset to the nation and the whole world. In that direction, Central Board of Secondary Education has taken several steps to reform the school education sector. 4 major areas in which the CBSE is working are improvement in the quality of teaching learning that is happening in the classroom, from content-oriented teaching learning to competency-focused learning. Instead of assessing or understanding what a person knows to what a person can do after completion of a particular class of learning. So from content to competency, and to achieve this, board is reforming its assessment. The assessment of learning that is happening at the end of the course is also shifting from content-based assessment to competency-focused assessment. In addition to that, for making this huge transformation, capacity building of teachers are required. To bring experiential learning, joyful learning, art-integrated learning, sports-integrated learning, multidisciplinary approach, integrated learning, you need to build the capacity of the teachers to make these changes happen. So capacity building of teachers is a major thrust area wherein CBSE is working to improve the quality of education. And the 4th major area is systemic reforms like SAFL, the structured assessment for analyzing learning, or the key stage assessment. At grade 3, 5, and 8, there will be assessments to give feedback to the school system, to take remedial action at the right time to ensure the quality of education in the schools as well as in the individuals. Similarly, school quality assessment and assurance. The Ministry of Education, Government of India has recognized the CBSE as the standard setting authority for the central government institutions in school sector. So accordingly, standards have been developed, and against these standards, accreditation process will be followed to measure the level of each institution affiliated to the board. Similar exercise is being also followed at the state government level. The state school standard setting authorities are being established all across the country for maintaining the quality of the schools in the states. So all these measures will bring a lot of change to the school sector. And to accelerate these changes, collaboration between professional bodies, school education boards, school education department, universities are very essential. And this is the right time to initiate this dialogue and discussion. This is the time the NCERT, the country's leading research body, is formulating the national curriculum framework for secondary school education, as well as they are coming out with new textbooks. So a collaboration between the higher educational institutions and professional bodies as well as the NCRT and the school boards will help us to formulate a policy that can help to bring innovative changes in the teaching, learning, or the curriculum development that is happening on the basis of the new curriculum framework as well as the new national education policy. This is the right time to initiate this process. Similarly, as far as CBSE is concerned, so many initiatives have been taken. For example, mathematical literacy has been introduced for classes 6 to 8. It is common. It's a 12-hour module. Financial literacy has been already introduced as a skill module for the students of classes 6 to 8. Artificial intelligence, data science, coding, all these modern subjects have been introduced to the students to get an idea so that they will, when they move to the next classes or higher classes, they will get a clear idea to move forward in the right direction. Similarly, all these subjects are offered at secondary and senior secondary level. So business studies, accountancy, economics, informatics practice, entrepreneurship, all these subjects are already available. And this is the right time to look at the content of these subjects and also to understand what are the requirements of the higher educational institutions as well as professional bodies so that these courses can be strengthened at the right time. So a continuous dialogue between NCRT, school boards, higher educational institutions, and professional bodies like Institute of Chartered Accountants, Institute of Cost Accountants, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and various other institutions in the field will help us to formulate a course with the content and how to build competencies and skill set and practical knowledge in the learners to meet the requirements of the profession when they enter into the world of professional life. So this is the right time to initiate this dialogue and process. So school education primarily focusing on the all-round development. There is no specialization involved in school education. School education will look at the holistic development of the child with basic minimum knowledge and skill set at every area of life. Whereas higher education as well as professional bodies will further harness the skill set and competencies to make a profession or to make a professional who will be capable of contributing to the society with his professional knowledge and capability. So a seamless integration of job market, higher educational institution, professional education institution, and school education sector will help to bring the best out of education system of our country. So let us initiate this process. Let us continue the dialogue and share ideas with each other so that a capable and skillful citizens can be carved out of our education system. It is not only applicable for the students who are in a particular area of study or the commerce or the humanities or the science. Everybody should have minimum level of knowledge of financial literacy. Everybody should have minimum level of knowledge of civics, geography, political science. That is the idea of school education. So integrated approach is being followed. And in that, social science is a core area wherein all these elements, economics, political science, geography, economics, all these subjects are integrated and taught to the children. Similarly, initiatives like introducing small module courses like financial literacy, artificial intelligence, coding, data science, these kind of subjects can be introduced as a general introductory course to the students so that they will get a clear idea about the emerging areas in the field of education. So this is the right time to understand the global requirements, the industrial requirements, and carve out a detailed plan to develop skillful individuals through the schooling system as well as the higher education system. So these are my thoughts. So I appreciate the school boards and the university representatives present here for being part of this conference. And I once again congratulate and thank the Institute for coming up with this education summit, and thank all the office bearers of the Institute for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with this audience. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. You have enlightened us that even at the school levels, the CBSE and NCERT has come up with, they are adopting the NEP 2020 approach. Yes, we have read that NEP 2020 at depth, because NEP 2020 is actually talking that from the school under KG level, certain skills have to be built, that is moral values. It's being laid a lot of stress on that we need to build our coming generation should have that moral values. Then rightly said, competence-based education. And thirdly was that right type of attitude has to be built. So that is something is very important, because this is going, because at the school level, when the strong foundation is there, the building which it really comes out will be very strong. That is something we need to all work upon. And rightly also said by Dr. Joseph that this is the right time that the CBSE, NCERT, the universities, colleges, and the professional body, we should all work together, because we all have to work together to bring a strong India. Because we all are partners in nation building, and education is the way, mode through which our economy will be stronger, much, much stronger. Not only $5 trillion economy, but it is going to be $50 trillion economy. That is what we should aspire for. If we aspire for more, we have to work for it. That is something is very important. Now, I'll request our Central Council member, CA Charanjot Singh Nandaji, to come and give his concluding remarks. But sir, before you give your concluding remarks, one request, kindly share your favorite couplets. That is what we really want to hear from you. Thank you.
So very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My honorable guests on the dais, Dr. Nageshwar Rao, Dr. Joseph Hemwell, my very esteemed colleague in the council, CA Piyush Chhajar, the chairman of Board of Studies, Dyanivas Sharma ji, our government nominee, Dr. PC Jain, Madam Vandana, and I see so many luminaries from the education sector. Ladies and gentlemen, you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has taken a large stand in synchronizing the entire course structure in commerce and accountancy streams. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949, when the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. You're all well aware that the Constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when their own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of financial soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the baton is now being passed to all of you to create financial soldiers all across. Financial and tax literacy will change the entire manuscript, the entire thought process of large masses and populations. I want to tell you that after this new education policy, things have changed internationally. Earlier, people took us at a lower stand. When you come to my office, I have a pillar. The pillar reads, When you start something, you are insulted. When you start achieving little, people doubt. And when you ultimately achieve it, people appreciate. So now we are on the appreciation stage. And I'm reminded a couplet on this. The couplet says, आते ना थे जिनके जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे. आते ना थे जिनके जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे. वक्त बदला तो मेरे नीम के पेड़ पर आम आने लगे. If we are able to effectively put across financial literacy at the first hand and tax literacy, I'll give you certain illustrations. You all know Warren Buffett, the well-known international investor. Somebody asked him in Bangalore with his CFO, Ajit Jain. He said, what is your greatest regret of life? He said, I started investing late. He said, when did you start investing? He said, I started investing when I was in 4th standard. Financial literacy has to come in the elementary school. I'm happy. Mr. Joseph very rightly said that at 6th and 8th also they have started financial literacy. Let me tell you, now we want drivers. People who could drive this economy. As said my madam Vanda Nagpal, to $50 trillion. And this is only possible when you understand finances. I know a young breed of people creating crores of rupees. May they come from IITs or IIMs. They are into investments. They understand finances. They understand the tax impact and create large value and worth. Perception is the most important thing that drives any human being. Education perspective has changed. And now you have to spearhead towards a greater protracted sphere of performance. When you come to perceptions, you will see people have different views. A man went home late at night. When he entered, he saw his son studying. He went up to his son. He said, my boy, at this wee hours, what are you trying to do? The boy said, Father, I'm struggling to write an essay on an elephant. He said, my son, go and relax. I have a number of trusted lieutenants in my office. I will tell them to write the essay. The next day, when he assumed his office, called 3 of his trusted deputies, one a Japanese, second a Britisher, and third an Indian, and entrusted them the job of writing the essay. The very next day, when he went to his office, the Japanese was ready with the essay. With all inquisitiveness, he looked at the essay. Oh God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its Economic Uses. People are much concerned about the economy in Japan. 3 days later, the Britisher came with the essay. With all eagerness, he looked at the essay. Oh God, the name of the essay was Elephant and its uses to the royal family. They are much concerned about the royal family. And then he gave the call to the Indian counterpart. He said, where is your essay? He said, when is the deadline? He said, you have 3 days. He said, wait till the deadline comes. When the deadline came, he came with 2 fat books and placed it on the table. The man was baffled. He said, what is these 2 fat books? He said, the first is the essay. The name of the essay is Elephant, Exchange and Control Act 2023. He said, what is the other fat book? He said, sir, it is a proposed set of amendments to this act. Ladies and gentlemen, times have come. We have to instill in us skill sets, derivatives, systems, swaps, calls, puts, futures. They will ultimately change our mindset. You're all aware that press is very keen on the fact that now up till 10 lakh rupees, there will be great relaxation in income taxes. Income tax will ultimately put at your parlance when you understand how you have to invest and what is the fate of your investable funds. All of us do the same thing. Leave aside us, housewives also do the same thing. They create budgets, use that budget, put some savings, invest that savings. That has to be created in a very synchronized fashion. If we do that, we are highly successful. And I'm very optimistic that, as demanded by both of the speakers, the institute will stand at its highest level to ensure that financial and tax literacy in this country is provided at the highest level, at the highest esteem. Skill sets will ultimately change the mindset of ours. My last parting couplet to all of you. गर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. फिर कदर ना होती किसी हुनर की, और ना ही कोई लाजवाब होता. So dear friends, the last leg, proposing a formal vote of thanks for the worthy speakers, for all of you who have come here to attend this 2-day conference. I understand there is no mood to depart, पर कहते ना हर हंसी चीज के खत्म होने का समय आ जाता है. Unfortunately, that time has come, but looking forward to more such initiatives by the board. The board is one of the very robust, forward-looking board of the institute. We look forward to having many more programs where we could meet, collaborate, and move ahead to create value and worth for our great nation, India. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have really brought the end of the day with, and rather what I'll say in Hindi, आपने इस शाम को 4 चांद लगा दिए, sir. Maybe what I'm saying, this is something, it is really the way he has concluded the day's proceedings. It's really very, very encouraging and hearteous. So thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Sir, आपका we cannot complete you in couplets. थोड़ा एक हिंदी में एक लाइन मैंने भी बोला था. Sir, वो मैंने I had said it, but आपने इस शाम को 4 चांद लगा दिए. Right. Now I'll be requesting our Honorable Central Council members to please honor our dignitaries, the guest speakers. Firstly, Professor Nageshwar Rao with the memento, and thereafter Dr. Joseph with the memento. Please give a very big hand. May I request to give it to Dr. Joseph as well? Very big. Kindly. We feel that you are still energetic. I think these 2 days have been very, very encouraging and dynamic. So I think your applause shows that. Now I'll request our Honorable Chairman, sir, to please come. And sir, one line from your side. Please, sir.
I think the day end is beautiful, and honestly, I say one thing. Just to be on a sentimental side, this is a dream of my father, which I lived for 2 days, and thank you very much for making it possible. I still remember during his council time, he was the convener of a university liaison committee, which used to be there in a big way. But surprisingly, in the midst of so many changes, law modifications and all, we have reached out somewhere ahead. But I thought, the fundamentals are right. Just only one thing which I would like to conclude with. If you go back for this 2 days discussion, where we started this with a dream. It was a $5 trillion economy, which Mr. T.N. Manoharan Padma Shri Awardee has talked about. And we ended up today, this entire session, with finance and tax literacy, which is the grassroots level of our entire education. Till the time the bottom is not strong, I think dreaming or aspiring, you are only going to fall, not fly. So I think all you teachers, all the professors who are here, you made our day and you ensured that the council, the institute, the council is really grateful and thankful that you trusted us to this level that you have been here for these 2 days. One thing which I would like to tell you is the draft MOU, which we have made a standardized MOU, which ICI can support the 11th, 12th graduation, is completely ready, and we are waiting for our management committee to approve that. But we'll look forward at the earliest. Emmanuel sir, one thing which I just got a message. I was a little surprised. Nageshwara sir. Prime Minister, I think, is going to speak on Pariksha Pe Charcha. So this itself shows that, we are right in a right direction, that this nation, from the top to the bottom level, we all are included in this nation's growth. And once every citizen thinks about, this thought which comes to their mind, that reaches to their heart, I think somewhere in the process, Nanda sir, we lost little bit of patriotism. But this 73 years, 75 years has got us back with all that love, affection, care for this nation. And every one of us are trying to participate in true sense. And thank you very much for making it possible by being here. And you have given us a lot of confidence that dream which has been thought about now will actually fly high and ensure that, the dreams become reality, and the reality turns out to be a happiness in every citizen's life at the country level. Thank you all. Thank you very much for making it possible.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request everybody to rise for the national anthem. And after the national anthem, I'll request all of you to come over here. We'll have a joint photograph. So it will be a remembrance for further future, because it's not the end, it's the start. So this summit is not the last one. Rather, it is going to be the start, and the collaboration has already started. After the group photograph, you are requested to kindly please collect the token of gift from the ICA side. It's a small token. Kindly accept it, and we'll be very thankful. And thanks a lot to everybody. We'll now start with the national anthem. Mataji, Jai. Please all come. All of you, please come over here for the group photograph. नीचे भी आ जाएंगे नीचे ऊपर तो all the BOS team also please come. A very important part, our BOS team, please come. Yeah, some can stand down and please all come. I think some can come on the stage also. We'll manage. Taller can put back. Yeah. Those who are very tall can go at the back on the stage. Please. The entire BOS team also. I'm here. I'm here. I think some can come up also. Anshul, everybody has come from out now. Call Ashish and Deepak also. हरीश आ जाओ सबको बुला लो आ जाओ आप तो पीछे भी आ जाओ आ जाओ सब आ गया
Dental quite difficult. Real can come here. Yeah. He won't listen. He will. Ashish, Deepak. Come. Come everybody. Where is Manas? Yes, I think better you can stand in the front. Best looking person in the world. Cut है. 2-3 एंगल से ले लो. अरे 2-3 एंगल से ले लो. क्या? Somebody is taking the video also. Video? You can take the video also.
Wait for the video. Acha.
Just wait. Wait for the video. Video में समझ video. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'll stay connected.